In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. There he is. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. Let's get going. That, of course, is Septogram and their cover of Kingdom. It's they do a fine job. They really do. Septogram Music Official is the YouTube channel if you'd like to check it out. Johnny's here. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, what a weekend. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Just, first of all, it was 95 degrees every day this weekend, or 92 or whatever the hell it was. Then we had a giant storm yesterday evening. It came in, cut all the heat. I was sitting outside with my neighbor and his wife. We were having a cigar, and all of a sudden it just starts coming down. So we move it to the garage, and I think on Instagram and Facebook I posted this, and it just became a shit show.
Downpour.
Oh my God, it was crazy. And we sat in, we finished the cigar, and I'm not saying that I have to be done with cigars completely. That's not what I'm saying. But I don't think one every weekend is a good idea. Either that or they have to be on Saturdays. I don't know. I just don't like the way I feel after, like the next day.
But you love smoking those poles.
I just love sucking on those big brown cylindrical objects, and, you know, stopping's going to be tough. And then, like, Friday, outside helping my cousin set up for his daughter's grad party at the lake. Saturday, out at the grad party, then out at Firefest in 92-degree heat on blacktop, watching Clay Walker, drinking beer. Went to Raleigh's, and then at Raleigh's, the Trump motorcade came by. So yeah. Raleigh was there. I was hanging out with Raleigh, and he goes, "Come on outside, motorcade's coming." And we just stand right on the road there as Trump's motorcade comes by. Very cool. That was a lot of fun. One of the cars slowed down, and somebody waved. So we all, like just a bunch of children, we went, "That was Trump, that was Trump, that was Trump." And it's like, that might not even have been the real motorcade, technically, because I'm sure they have or maybe they have decoys, maybe they don't. But we didn't know. We just saw one of the cars slow down, and we saw a hand wave. It's got to be him, right?
It's got to be Trump.
It's got to be Trump. So I'm just going with that. So it was, look, busy weekend, crazy weekend, fun weekend. Holy shit. This is one of those Mondays where you come back and you're completely wiped. There's some Mondays you come back and you're totally refreshed. What a nice weekend. What a lovely, relaxing weekend we had with the kids, and what a time. And then there's other weekends where you go, you come back on Monday and you go, fucking kill me.
Oh, well, I don't have that problem. So
I'm somewhere between those two. I'm not at fucking kill me, but I'm also at, you know what? I could go for a couple more hours of sleep, I think.
Well, I could do that too. I could definitely go for some more sleep, but
Yeah.
no, I don't. I'm not in fucking kill me state.
Yeah, I had one of those weekends where I put so many pollutants in my body. I just went, God, I really hope I sweat like a pig tonight in my sleep. Like, I was
Did
just
you drink enough water for that to happen, sir?
I had some sweats. You know, I felt a little better. I also found out that I sleep better when my TV is off. I wake up multiple times in the middle of the night from the glow of my television.
Yeah, probably.
I did not know. I did not
Turn
know
on
that.
a sleep timer. My TV shuts off automatically if I if I watch something that's episodic, and every once in a while it's like, do you want to keep watching? And if I don't tell it to keep watching, it just shuts off.
Yeah. Somebody texting in, it was Trump, but it was Eric, the slimy one. Damn it.
Oh, fuck.
I got waved to by Eric
You waved
Trump.
to the slimy one? Shit.
That's like someone doing the stranger on you, you know, or not the stranger, the Houdini, where they're, you know, you're fucking them, and then all of a sudden they switch to someone else without you knowing. Wait, I would have to be getting fucked in the ass for that to be. Look, the point is, it felt bad. It felt bad.
And how would you not know? I mean, they'd have to have identical dicks.
Right. You would feel there would be a girth issue at the very least. Dicks are like fingerprints. No two sets are alike. Funeral director with $2 says still sucks. Canoe after you over, brother, and her girlfriend. No, I think Keanu is a wholly owned subsidiary of Ricada Inc. at this point. I think they all know they're in a lot of trouble. They all know that this has fallen apart and it's not going well. And they think if they can take care of one guy, if they can intimidate or get rid of one guy, then all their problems will be over. That's not the case, but I think they feel that way. And now they feel like they have this useful idiot in the Biscontis. And, you know, I know they need money. I know that they lost the compound thing and money's got to be really tight. I know Ethan Ralph has said that Nick paid him $20,000 to strike channels and stuff like that. So I don't know what's going on there, but it seems like there might be a little collusion. Might be a little bit of collusion. But look, man, like I said, onward and upward for me. Life is going fantastic. And as far as that whole situation goes, I have said from day one when I started commenting on it, I'm just going through, being honest about what I saw, what I went through, and then, you know, that's the only way you get better in this life. Chip Galloway as far as Keanu goes, I think, you know, look, she wants to believe her friend, and if they all lie to her, like they've been lying to everyone this entire time. Like I said, I was there. I was physically there. I saw it all. I know it all. And
I seen it.
And I in a way, I empathize with Keanu because she doesn't want to call her friend a liar. She wants to believe her friend. And she hears cries of woe, and she wants to believe that she's a victim rather than she did something truly heinous. But unfortunately, I was there. We all did truly heinous things. We all did bad shit. And you got to pay the piper for that. You've got to pay the price for that. And some people are willing to, other people aren't. Other people want to stick by the lie and quite frankly, use other people. And Keanu is being used right now. And I'll say this. I hope she's being compensated for her efforts. That's all. Because she went from he's Culty McCulterson to now she's his best buddy. And she was right the first time. I mean, she had it right. She experienced him for herself. It wasn't me telling her. And she went, this guy's a cult leader. And you watch his interviews and everything else. Gives off the same vibe. But I think I empathize in the fact that she wants to believe her friend. She wants to think she knew somebody. I did too. I went through the same thing Keanu's going through. But at some point, you got to trade in believing what you want to believe for living in a real world. And That comes with time. You can't make people ready for that. It's like addiction in general. You can't make people better. They have to want to be better. Chip Galloway with 199 says, is there a Johnny Gurley update? I mean, it's up to Johnny if he wants to give you an update.
On
you
that
guys, here. People are asking about the Chrissy Nick thing. Why don't we do that later? Because I know people get tired of it. We'll talk about it later. We've also got some Clipper stuff.
This will be short.
No. Let's dive into Gurley updates.
No, I don't. I talked to her a bunch, and we had some serious miscommunications, and we worked a lot of that out, and things were looking good. But I guess I did not understand things properly. So she wasn't telling me to cancel the vacation and not tell anybody. She was telling me she was trying to explain, just don't tell anybody, and she was still rethinking it, I guess, and stuff. So we had a lot of miscommunications, and and because of the miscommunications, I misrepresented her the other week or whatever, and everyone calling her bipolar and crazy kind of pissed her off and stuff. So
what? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You mean a bunch of people calling her bipolar and crazy upset her?
Yeah, dodging a bullet upset her. So I'm kind of a dick for that, and I'm sorry.
Sounds like kind of a bipolar crazy bitch thing to do to me. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking, dear. I'm teasing.
At any rate, so I like I said, we tried talking things out and working things out after that. I apparently made that worse because I'm a dick, and so there is no girly girl.
Right on, man. I hear you. Man. What'd you go and blow up at your girl for?
I didn't blow up at her.
No, it's an NV line.
Oh, yeah, I know.
No.
I know. I'm just being.
You know who you are. You're like Che something. Up with the people power. Or you're like that kid with the chicken who lays the golden eggs. That fantastic. Who's for the giant? Nobody. You know what? Forget Che. You're like Robin Hood. It's a raw deal planet, Jack. You, my little dimwit pal. Funeral director with $2. Canoe just Canoe exposed private text just to backtrack fraud. Yeah, she was going to do that to Will Herron. And she goes to all these people. She's like, I'm going to, I'm going to show me and Will Herron's texts and everything. It's like, oh, that's okay. So that's like yelling out, hey, I'm a shitty person. I'm a dog shit human. I have no scruples. That's what we're going to do. Oh, boy. I think there might be something going on there in terms of maybe a little collusion. But again, I hope getting well compensated for your efforts because that is not a side you want to be on. JJ with 499 says, why does Frank Pellegrino need to ride you when he can ride his own horse to a Triple Crown? I don't know what that means. I don't know. Am I being ridden? I missed that one. But thank you, JJ, for the $5. So 340 is the number today. I sent out all of the Stonies things from last month. They're all out. I do need to hear from Shut the F Up Karen, Rob Colorado, and K-Rod. Everyone else is getting theirs sent out to them. I just need information from those people. So that means today, since we're 2 weeks out from the anniversary show, and by the way, 10 tickets left. There are 10 tickets to the comedy show on Eventbrite. Another big update. I decided to be generous. I was looking at the ticket sales and everything else, and I went, it's our 10th anniversary, and this is also kind of a fan appreciation deal.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we give something away to the audience for fan appreciation? So if you've already paid,
I didn't volunteer for this, guys.
If you've already
show up, you get to have Johnny.
If you've already paid for your cornhole tournament entry, when you come to the event, that will be refunded to you. Everyone who wants to be in the cornhole tournament, absolutely free of charge. We'll have $150 for the winner, $50 for the second place team. Totally free to enter. And we'll do it that way. I was looking at ticket sales. Like, we're almost sold out. We're doing very well for this show. Let's just get.
I'm worried I won't have anyone to play cornhole.
Well, no, it was SP had an idea. SP said, what are you giving away to people for your anniversary? And I'm like, that's a good idea. Why aren't we giving?
Is that what people normally do at an anniversary? They give away stuff like, hey, we've been married for 25 years. You guys all get a prize.
Well, I mean, I just figured, you know what?
Maybe that's where I fucked up.
Let's give it to them. Let's just give them the damn thing. And then let people compete for money totally free of charge. That's a much better feeling. Funeral director with $2 says, guesstimate Gino's testosterone levels. I don't think Gino wants to be involved in any of this horse shit. Unfortunately, he's kind of being dragged into it by a girly. And Lord knows I know that feeling. So I like I said, with both of them, I kind of empathize. They're going through terrible times. And also, they're being fed a load of horse shit, and they want to believe it. And you know, it's I know she called Stoney's and tried to get the anniversary show canceled.
What?
Yeah, like just weird fucking strange behavior. I know she's probably not on drugs, but there's something happening psychologically, like the Clipper thing and all that. It's just there's something going on there, and it's actually causing me to kind of empathize more than anything else because it's got to be a stressful time.
Like,
it's
trying to get the show canceled at Stoney's, she was there. She knows the rapport we have. Like, to get the show canceled at Stoney's, you'd need to legit something like
I'd have to murder Cheetos.
Well,
and even then he might say, dude, just still do the show.
You guys are still doing the show,
yeah.
Right? Still doing the show.
And whenever Cheetos gets anyone going, I fucking hate Steel Toe, you can't have Steel Toe there, it just makes him want us there more. So, like, Cheetos is my buddy. Like, you're not going to get him to go, wait, what? Aaron's well, I had no idea.
Headbutting, I had not heard about this.
Funeral director says calling Stoney's crosses a line, troll-like behavior. Well, I believe there's
that's
what I
would
video
say.
of it.
I would say that definitely crosses a line, man. Like, it's one thing to rip on Aaron and make fun of him. He's a broadside of a barn. You can hit it easy.
Wait,
but,
what?
Like, yeah, we all knew. But my point is, like, go to Stoney's and be like, hey, you guys can't have this. We got to try and cancel the anniversary show. Then not only are you effing with Aaron's income, you F with anyone who unfortunately works for him, like me. And then, like, you F with all of the fans. Like, why are you fucking with all of those people?
Yeah.
That's just,
it's really
chaos.
it's one of those things it's like you were given, I mean, I'll be open. You were given $2,000 to do the anniversary show. And then you listened to drug addicts tell you they were never drug addicts. And then you believed them and all the other bullshit addicts feed you. And then you turned on the person who was really good to you and was also going to pay you $2,000 to come do this show and hang out. And as we've seen with the ticket sales, you didn't impact ticket sales at all. Like, you didn't draw any money. We were giving you $2,000 just to come hang out and do the show. Yeah. While drawing nothing. And then there was one guy who asked for a refund, and I said, go through Eventbrite, I'll give you your refund. And he hasn't gone through Eventbrite yet. I don't know. Maybe if he emails me again, maybe I'll just Venmo him $30 or whatever. But you get $2,000 agreed to.
I do?
No. And then, like, you turn around at the drop of a hat. It almost feels like it's for attention. It almost feels like it's for internet clout, which is the saddest thing, because where are you in a year? Hell, where are you in 6 months? Like, what are you going to do? Just keep starting shit with people? Like, we have our own audience. Our audience came from radio. We have a baseline audience that will support us no matter what. And as a matter of fact, when we talk about this stuff too much, they start hating me. They go, we don't care about this shit. We don't want to hear about it. And I'm drawn to it like a moth to a flame because it's fascinating to me. But so I have to kind of regulate that so I don't piss off the audience. But
regulators.
It is one of those things where, like, You lost your jobs. You got snowed by junkies. But then so that's understandable. Those levels of frustration are understandable. But then you start going after Clippers. Then you start going after people who were really good to you. And then you start going after like bars. You start calling bars to get gigs canceled. And it's just like, you threaten to strike channels. It just seems like you're mad at the world for what happened to you. And you're just throwing as much shit against the wall as you possibly can. Plus, there's also the possibility that you are working as a surrogate for someone else to do their dirty work, which, again, where are you in 6 months? Where are you in a year? And I don't mean to say that to shit on anyone, because I'm sure that is a terrifying prospect to the two of them. But it's just, I mean, calling bars, trying to get gigs canceled, it's a bad look.
As someone who works at bars on gigs, I think you would just, as like a person thing, like, well, I wouldn't want anyone to call a bar and get a gig I'm doing canceled. Like you wouldn't want that to happen to you. So I think, because again, like Kiki and Gino, if I'm not mistaken, literally end up, going to bars and clubs and various other places to perform comedy. So
right.
Again, if there's anyone, a legit reason, why are you trying to get it canceled?
And it's like, if you didn't want to do the show and you don't like the steel toe thing or any of that, then why honestly would you try to get the gig canceled? You should just be happy you don't have to do it anymore. It reeks of sour grapes. It reeks of, I won't say jealousy, but like, you're scorned. Like, you're the one who backstabbed. You're the one who did all the dirty moves. And now it's like, but you're upset at us because you did the dirty moves. It's strange behavior. I know she's not on anything. Well, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure she's not on anything. But that would explain it easier. Snigger Niggardly says, Keanu sounds like the guy in the old Manchurian Candidate movie who waved a paper with a list of 200 communists. Then it was 154. Then it was 90. She's spiraling. I'm having Schadenfreude. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, I was rolling through town doing research and needed a beverage. Had the gall to ask Cheetos if there were any tickets left, and he clocked me right in the jaw. Sad, really. McBuster says, Kiki is a disgusting Karen. Is she stripping at Stoney's now? There's no stripping at Stoney's, sir. That's a classy joint. Snigger Niggardly says, so Gavin and Aaron both noticed Kiki and Gino's true draw value. That's not very nice. Sam Show says she sucks at the drama. She became part of the content right off the bat. Yeah, and she's like crying about it. Like, she's crying all the time now. She's talking about John. She's on the verge of tears. People are clipping her channel. She's on the verge of tears. We're actually going to play we have a Mersh clip and a John DiCaprio from Win by 2 clip, believe it or not. Very interesting. Bigot on socialist media. Citizen M, I just can't talk about those things because of the stuff with the other ex-wife. So just in January, I'll clear all that up. Bigot on socialist media says, I thought Nick was the only one with brain damage. Seems Keanu does too. Yeah, and as far as Chrissy's interview with Nick, people were accusing Chrissy of, sweeping and get a broom, and she's covering for Nick and running PR. Maybe she is. Maybe her and Keanu are in constant contact with them, and they're like, hey, get this message out for us. Get this message out for us. I don't think that's the case. I watched it, or at least I watched clips of it, and I just think Chrissy doesn't know much about what's going on, and she's just kind of taking Nick's word for it. And I think Chrissy's interview style is not a confrontational one. It's I'll ask a question, I'll let him answer, I'll let the audience decide. And the audience decided that Nick is remarkably full of shit. They had to turn the chat into subscriber mode because people were just writing in with foul shit. I mean, it was bad, like really bad. And the super chats were really bad. And they had to end up changing it to subscriber only mode. I mean, of the clips I saw, it was some of the most embarrassing lying I've seen, but he's had to lie so much about this that he's getting a little lazy and almost admitting to things while he's lying. So It was a little strange.
He's told so many half-truths, he doesn't know what the truth is anymore.
I don't really know if he's even been telling half-truths.
Oh.
I think it's just been out-and-out lies. Sam Show says, seems like everyone realizes April is full of shit, though. So, well, I mean, she's facing a felony charge. They're facing 25 years in prison, the other two. I mean, you got two choices. You can either try to work out a deal, which waved bye-bye to them a long time ago, or you can fight the whole thing.
Hey, if he ends up spending 25 years in prison, he can make good with a lot of the inmates by lending them his legal chops.
Especially traffic court tickets.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, you can fight these battles on the internet if you want to. It's not going to mean anything. There's not going to be a judge or a jury that says, well, if the internet says, I mean, it's just, these battles are won and lost in a courtroom. McBuster says, Keekums is desperate. She alienated herself into a corner with, they're making horse jokes about Chris. I really don't have a problem with Chrissy. The horse stuff is mean. The horse stuff is mean. Sam Show says Chrissy is a predator with she's fucking with everybody. Keanu largely taking her advice. Citizen M, Nick's a smug weasel. Chrissy and Frank are the ones behind all the Clipper strikes. Honky says Chrissy was definitely sweeping. They're all part of Daddy Issues Incorporated, a.k.a. the E-Thought Simpcast universe. I guess I could be meaner if I wanted to. I'll just say what it looks like. And it looks like people who need clout and attention are glomming on to a pretty bad figure for that attention. What do you do? I think stuff like this, I think it's biting Keanu by itself. I don't need to add on. JL not here with $1 says, I'll just say it. At Keanu's advanced age, all she has is pictures of her holes on the internet and no eggs in the carton. Menopause is hitting her harder than the wall did. Bro, she's like 32. Jesus Christ. I'm not even.
That clock's still got plenty of time.
Right. I think she's got like 3 years before she's even, what do they call it? Geriatric pregnancy. Jesus. You guys are fucking harsh, man. JJ
That's horrible. Then that means my daughter was a geriatric pregnancy.
Yeah, I think over 35, you go to the geriatric ward.
Fuck.
Yeah. JJ with $4.99 says, did Chrissy's dad really die or did Stoney's run out of sugar? Come on. You tricked me into that one. You fucking dog walked into that one. You fucker. Oh, boy. 3:30 is the number for today. There you go. By the way, since we gave away all the Stoney's gift cards, or since I mailed them all out from last month, we have this month's, and I want to get them out in time for the anniversary show. So anyone who throws in $20 today is getting $50 to Stoney's, and you have to either send me your address or say you're going to be at the anniversary show, and we'll have them waiting there for you. So every $20 is getting 50 to Stoney's this morning. And also, like I said about being done with the cigars, my throat, my voice, I'm squeaking. My throat's rusty.
Squeaking.
I like them, but it might just be time. There comes a time for all things.
Yeah.
And I think cigars might be at an end. I'm going to end up being one of these guys. And I don't want to. Funeral director with $2 says Canoe at 21 wasn't worth $2K, brother. Jesus, man. Richard Kristovsky with $5 says Chrissy really doesn't need the clout. She is part of one of the biggest shows on YouTube with FNT. Yeah, I think her interview style is just she brings her guest on and she lets them talk. She doesn't really, she's not trying to fucking Tim Russert, meet the press out of anybody. And it's not like you're going to press Nick and he's going to go, like Warden Norton Shawshank.
Break down in a minute. All right.
Yes, I did it. And by the way, add another life term to my sentence. So, she brings him on, gets a lot of views for it, probably makes some money. Why not? Make a couple of bucks. All right. Let's, oh boy. I'm just going to try and skip through the meanest ones.
Okay.
So if I'm See, like Mr. Approachable. So if I'm understanding this right, when it comes to making fun of Chrissy, you say nay. Like that's. McBuster says Meemaw is a package deal with marrying Keekums. I give it a year and Gino will finally stand up for himself and they will throw him in jail and bitch for a month about how evil men are. Jesus Christ, I can't read that one.
Wait a minute, which one?
I don't even want to say which one it is. Christ, man. All right, 325 is our number today. Thank you very much for your generosity right off the bat today. Let's do these clips so people don't get annoyed and pissed off at us. MSO says, read it, pussy. No, come on. It's about her dad. That's not cool. That was a very difficult time, you know. I remember Frank calling me in the middle of the night about it, and like I thought it was a prank call. I thought somebody was scamming his number. And I'm like, this is not real. Because like he sent a text and then he called. And I'm like, this is somebody fucking with the show, you know?
Right.
And it wasn't. It wasn't. It was real. Don't demonize Kiki while sweeping Chrissy. The real enemy is Mayor. Look, I think both of them with this Clipper thing are being ridiculous. They're both being just so stupid with this Clipper thing. It's really dumb. Let people fucking clip shit, please. Just let people clip shit. It's good for your show. It exposes you to a bigger audience. You weren't going to clip it anyway. If 10% of the people who watch the clip like you gained new fans. And as far as, they're taking money out of my pocket. John from Win by 2 is going to address this in a second. But if you get 2,000 views and it's fully monetized, that's like $25. I mean, you're not exactly losing, car payment money. The same day she introduced you to Nick, call it even. Says Snigger Niggardly. Oh, boy. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and here. I'll take this one in the Rumble chat. Elza Belza. John looks oily. There, that's a good change of pace.
I look oily.
You look oily.
It's because these screens are so close. I'm trying to find a way to dim them.
I think you look striking.
I could boost my other lighting and it'll just kind of.
Hey, you know that thing we can't talk about, but that Rusty Grammer needs to email us about? Did you ever find anything out about that?
No, I didn't. And I asked
Rusty,
repeatedly on my show.
Rusty, if you're watching right now, send me an email about this thing you told Johnny about. Did it sound like he was fucking with you, or did it sound serious?
It sounded like he was fucking with me for a minute, but then I don't know.
That's really interesting. And I was hoping he would email me and I would get,
I mentioned it on Friday and on Sunday.
All right. McBuster says, I wasn't a Lemmy fan. Looks like Geddy Lee from Rush with a cigarette. Jesus, you guys. Can you guys say anything nice without being a dick first? But she destroyed Kiki in that podcast. She wouldn't listen to any man, so Lemmy let her have it. I don't think that got through either. She wants to believe that, everything I've ever said about what we all went through is not true and that her friend is, a certain way. And I get that level of delusion. I get wanting to live in that world. I do.
She wants to have her friend.
Yeah. And she doesn't want her to be what she's accused of being. But there's too much evidence staring you right in the face. I mean, if I fucking mysteriously end up dead, there's still more than enough there. Like, it's pretty goddamn rock solid.
It won't be that mysterious. There'll be walker marks leading from the corpse.
Well, and then, oh, God damn it, your Walker joke fucking pulled me right off course.
You're welcome.
Shit. Oh, yeah, and then Nick in Chrissy's interview when he was like, oh, yeah, the cocaine with the kid and the hair follicle test, that could be anything. Like, let's say it was meth, and there would be an environment where meth was in the air and it could get in and there could be exposure. And it's like, wait. So people were like, were you cooking crack? Were you like, what kind of weird analogy is that? Like the shit, he was almost doing the deflection where, like they're saying it was in the hair. It wasn't in their hair. It was a hair follicle test where they test to see the metabolites that are in your body. And there's a certain
things that actually make the hair follicle.
Right. And there's only one metabolite that your body produces that's for breaking down and processing cocaine. And the child tested positive for that at levels of daily to weekend use. So therefore, that's kind of hard to explain away. It's like the scene. Remember when Tony's lawyer in Scarface, after he gets caught money laundering, he goes, I'm an expert at raising reasonable doubt. But honey, baby, when you find $1.2 million, it's hard for me to convince the jury that you found it in the back of a taxi cab. You know, when your kid has daily to weekend level use of cocaine in a hair follicle test, it's hard for me to convince a jury that they were walking through a cocaine cloud at a Walmart. And your kid was the only one walking through that cocaine cloud on a regular basis. I mean,
every weekend we'd have a fight and he'd have some in his hand. He's like, I've had enough of this stuff. We need to quit. And he'd end up creating a giant cloud. And that's always when she walked through. We don't know why.
Just the strangest timing, you know?
Yeah.
He is introducing doubt. It's just not reasonable. That's all.
He's introducing doubt to the fact that they no. It was just the cocaine we were doing.
Yeah.
That is a weird one. Like, well, if I were cooking meth, okay, so hold on a second.
Yeah. And then I saw a clip during the interview where they were asking, are you still hooking up with your mistress or whatever? And he's like, oh, we're all just really good friends and we're like trauma bonding over this whole thing. I'm like, that's not a good thing to admit. But then he's like, still, that would imply that I was at some point. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Dude.
Oh, God.
Come on.
She moved out of her husband, of the home she was in with her husband, and now she's living next door to you. And at the point of the arrest, they found personal possessions of hers in your bedroom. It just doesn't look good.
Well, we're all too simple to understand it. I say Gutierrez with $2 says, better introduce Aaron to King Cobra JFS boy. I don't know what that is. I don't know who that is. I'm trying to catch up with where I was in the Rumble chat. Lost my spot. People liking the Geddy Lee reference. Oh, boy. Sam Show says, I don't know why he thinks having so much coke in the house that it's airborne is somehow better. Yeah, right? Like, it could be a cloud of this shit. Hair test might explain why Nick is losing his. McBuster says, likely Nick, being the wannabe cult leader he is, used cocaine instead of Ritalin or Adderall to treat his child's behavior due to being in a polycule family. He's even Sam Show says he's even wearing a swinger ring. I think that's part of, like, again, he wants to fight this on the internet, which is stupid. And he wants to, like, he's taunting the internet with the swinger ring and then going, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I don't get it. It's like, you're not as smart as you think you are. McBuster, mommy, why is there another couple naked in your bed? All right, let's get through some of these clips because you guys are just writing in about this over and over and over. And I know there's a lot. The audience is split. Some people, it's all they want to talk about. Other people, they want to move the fuck on. So why don't I get through these clips and then we'll move the fuck on. And then because, dude, we had Donald Trump in town this weekend. We got to talk about that. Elon Musk believes that Kamala Harris wants everybody dead.
I'd believe it.
We got to talk about the Last Supper thing at the Olympics. Did you see that?
No.
Oh, my God. I guess France and the Olympic Committee have apologized for that. But they did this thing at the opening ceremonies where, like, a bunch of trans people, like, redid a Last Supper kind of a thing.
Okay.
I've only seen pictures so far. It looks fucking weird. Like, and
wait a minute. You're telling me a bunch of trans people took something that has nothing to do with them and they made it weird?
They made it very strange. Yeah, I don't know what it had to do with the Olympics, but there it was anyway. Oh, boy. People in the text line. Chrissy is starting a new job at Canterbury Park as the horse. getting ridden by more midget Mexicans than a van with ice. Jesus, you guys. Chrissy has been accused of stealing jokes from the late, great John Panette. She's always saying, nay, nay. Fucking hell. All right, let's get through these clips, and we'll give you guys the show you want. 325 is our number for today. Anyone who throws in $20 today is getting $50 to Stoney's. $50 to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Great for the anniversary show. So any 20 drop gets 50. And you can either send us your address, we'll send it out to you, or we'll have it waiting for you at the anniversary show. Okay, here is Mersh talking about the Clipper thing. And Johnny, he's using a clip of a cute boy to make his point. Now, you and Mersh have certainly had your fun.
Yeah, we've had it back and forth. But he supposedly offered me a job. Someone sent me an email about it, and I haven't looked into it. So I guess
Nice.
we're all done with that. Now we're...
So you're going to be negotiating, and then you'll bring that number back to me, and then I'll kind of be under the gun, so to speak. Interesting.
We'll see what happens.
So we, Mersh and I think we used to be cordial as far as internet guys go. Then the Johnny thing happened, and shit got all crazy. But here's the deal. I think when it comes to a lot of this internet shit and a lot of this Clipper stuff and all that, I think Mersh and I actually agree on all of this stuff. And I think all the fighting and the silliness, I think it's stupid. And I think Mersh and I can be cordial again. But let's go ahead and check out.
And I can be cordial again. It's what happened. I'm not like, oh no, I'm never gonna forgive him. Just it happened.
Right.
Life moves on.
Caught you on a bad day, right?
Exactly.
All right, let's
It's all good.
let's check out this clip of Mersh talking about the Clipper situation.
And now it's starting to spread like a cancer into the Chrissy Mayer universe, the Simpcast universe. Everyone now hates fucking Frank. Everyone now hates fucking Chrissy.
So the BYB podcast had this TV's Will Heron on because Will
booming
Heron
voice.
said, Keanu's been threatening my channel. Or Keanu's been telling me to stop clipping her. And I guess Frank and Chrissy got involved in some way and were helping Keanu draft some letter. I will say this. When Patrick Melton, actually, if Patrick's listening to this, he might be interested in this. When Patrick Melton started going after us, Frank Pellegrino wrote to me and he goes, you can strike this guy. You can report this guy. Here's what you write. Here's the options you can go to. Click.
So Frank Pellegrino is a faggot.
Jesus. You know what it is about Mersh? You know what draws people to him? It's his biting intellect. It's the way he explains things and the way he elaborates and really breaks things down that draws people to him. I think that analyses of the Clipper Frank Pellegrino situation is a great example of,
Some people are just eloquent and
Yeah.
know how to phrase things.
some people can just dissect something so well. And Mersh just seems to have that innate ability.
So Frank Pellegrino is a faggot.
You can report him. This is bullshit, what he's doing, blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, you know what? I don't feel right. I'm not going to report this guy. That's not the way to do things. That's fucking horseshit. This guy has a right to have his show, say his stuff, do what he wants to do. Maybe that's just being in broadcasting a long time. Maybe that's just not being a bitch. But Patrick has a right to do what he wants to do. But Frank did give me instructions on how to strike someone's channel. Or not strike someone's channel, how to report someone's channel. And by the way, I don't think Frank's a nasty... I'm not saying this to say Frank's a nasty, evil, terrible guy.
I'm saying it. Frank's an evil, nasty, terrible guy.
Somebody else did that too. I think it was Misery Loves Clips. Put this clip of me up, and I'll be striking him for it. And he put it up, and he responded to it. He goes, Aaron, I'll say it. Frank's an evil, nasty, terrible guy. And I didn't mean for that to become like a slug line for anything. But
It's funny as fuck.
I'm kind of the setup man, and I didn't know it. But, just keep your fucking nose out of the Clipper shit. Just keep your fucking nose out of that business because it makes you look petty. It makes you look like a bitch. It makes you look like a fucking asshole, you know? Mm-hmm. You got these little channels that take an interest in your show and they go, ooh, this is interesting. And you have to remember, there's an audience for this shit in this universe of like maybe 2,000 people. So it's this little tiny, like minuscule corner of the world. And, you know, and you're going to blow up at them for what? Because now you're crying, you're spiraling, you're losing your fucking mind, you're living perpetually on the internet now. You're not having a goddamn life because you're worried about these people. I don't understand what the benefit is bitching about the Clipper thing. Why? So you can, and it's all because you want to have the right to maybe, if you feel like it, if there's time, if you ever get around to it, you might want to clip this stuff at some point yourself. It seems selfish. And also, who's to say, like, these clip channels, people go to them because they can ingest these shows in bite-sized doses.
If you just don't pay attention to the internet, it doesn't exist outside of this. This is something I've come to terms with, actually, thanks to Mersh. Like, when everything happened where, you know, I was having a rough time and Mersh managed to get me right then and, you know, I fucking broke down and everything. Like, I realized very quickly that, that week, like, when I'm not online, my life outside of the show is my life. Like, it's not, and, like, this is something else that, with the miscommunications with the California girl, with everything I screwed up with that I've learned to realize that some people don't realize, like, a lot of times when I'm doing the show, like, I'm flying by the seat of my pants responding to what people say. So, like, this show is me to a degree. It's me. It's not like it's a fake version of me, but I'm amped up and I'm just kind of reacting to stuff just like that. And so once I turn this off, like, I'm still the same person, but there's a lot more of a reasonable person behind this. And everything that happens on here, really, once you turn it off, that's where it stays. Yeah. You don't meet people walking down the street of, oh, you're that dude that cried like a bitch that one time that one guy said something. Like, when I get gas, I don't hear people being like, pump five's ready for the red Ford Flex. Cry for me, bitch. Cry for me. Right. Like, that doesn't happen. Like, life exists outside of this. So I don't know anyone that would want to sacrifice friendships or anything else. Like I said, because of this, I lost the chance to meet the California chick who seems like a really cool girl. Yeah. And I fucked that up. So it's I said, this is just theater.
Yeah. It is. And you know, we're all in our 30s and 40s. That's the saddest part. We're all
Speak for yourself. I'm 20.
Oh, sorry about that.
Anyone who tries to go after people's fucking livelihoods is an evil, nasty person.
You're allowed to. That's also something you're allowed to do. I only say it because Keanu brings up Frank and Chrissy, or Will Herron brings up Frank and Chrissy in this clip.
But Aaron coming out with some, I gotta say, I believe him. I definitely believe Aaron.
I'm getting tired of this too. And I'm not, this isn't me bitching about Mersh, but like, I believe him. I believe him. Everything I've said has come out as true. Everything. Like, I'm fucking batting 1,000 over here. And look, maybe I'm a dick. Don't say maybe. But like, you know, like I said, maybe I'm an asshole. But like, I ain't been wrong. You know? So like, I'm kind of starting to resent the whole, I believe him. I believe him. Like, I've always said, when that body cam footage comes out, I hope there's going to be a line of apologies for me, if people are honest. And then when the whole court thing is over with, there's going to be a line of apologies. Because, I mean, Jesus, if you just read the things they confiscated from that house, like, it's all shit I told you was there. Plus some stuff I didn't even fucking know was there. And so, like, when it comes to the Clipper thing or this, that, or the other, and people go, I believe him. You think I'm just making this shit up for my health? You think I'm just like, you know what'll cause me a lot of good mental health points? Just making up traumatic shit. I'm just going to make up a bunch of traumatic shit, and that'll help me feel better. Jesus Christ.
I'll just tell everybody we were all fucking and doing blow. And just, just wait for everything to come to a head when they get arrested for it.
Yeah. Sam Show.
All part of my plan.
Sam Show says, best way to troll Aaron, just say you believe him. Right. Oh.
Dude, it's almost like the the scene in Good Will Hunting with with Robin Williams there just going, it's okay.
It's not your fault.
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 Don't you fucking do this to me, man.
Not you, Sean. Don't fuck with me, Sean. Not you. Oh, Lemmy's in the chat talking to people about the Geddy Lee comparisons. Guys, she doesn't mind the Geddy Lee comparisons, so I guess I apologize for being a bitch and being like, well, come on now, guys. Geddy Lee, that's not... Let's look up a picture of Geddy Lee. You know what? Let's settle this once and for all. I'm tired of these aspersions being... I don't think Lemmy looks like Geddy Lee at all. That's a guitar. There we go. I don't think Lemmy looks like that at all. I don't. It looks like Sting without the makeup on.
I'm not saying she does.
Okay.
I'm saying there's an avenue where she could.
Oh, man. Maybe I'm just not mean enough for the internet anymore.
I'm just saying she doesn't, but there's realms of similarity where with makeup or some prosthetics or unfortunate aging conditions like that could go.
Yeah.
That could go that way.
So I was going to say, guys, stop. The Geddy Lee comparisons aren't even accurate, but now everybody's telling me I'm a piece of shit for saying that. So,
well,
shit.
Welcome to the club.
Shit. Oh, man. JJ with $4.99 over on YouTube says, when Frank and Chrissy walk down the street, people wonder, why does he walk that horse when he can run? Just never stops. Never stops.
Save a horse, take the sidewalk. Have you never heard the saying?
320 away from today after that one. Thank you very much. And by the way, anything over $20 today that you throw us will get you $50 to Stoney's. So I'm going to do this. Boom. And there we go. This one with $25 says, not for air, from Orange Boy. Thank you, Orange Boy, for the $25. Appreciate it. That's going to bring us under $300 by 8 o'clock, which is what we love. Keep that up. And we've got our first $50 to Stoney's out the door today. Thank you guys very much. Again, we got all the Stoney's from last month out the door. So anything you throw us today over $20, you're getting $50 to Stoney's with it. McBuster says you fall off the... God damn it! Honky's saying to Citizen M about when I was protecting everyone back during the polycule days. Aaron stupidly lied to shield all of these junkies and him. They fucked themselves up. It wasn't worth it in hindsight. Well, yeah, I mean, you try to, people see April on the air and they go, she's fucked up. She's on drugs. Blah, blah, blah. And you're like, guys, no, that's not. No. And you think you're buying time for people to get better. And then you learn that these people don't want to get better. And you're just like, well, now I feel like I've been made a fool of, and I've been used. And Keanu and Chrissy will get this feeling too eventually, that they feel like they did something kind for people, but they realize they were just being used as a method of escape. And then you're going to go, oh, God, I feel dirty and gross and remorseful forever doing that.
Chrissy's going to feel like I carried these people, on my back for a while.
Yeah. That's why Citizen M says. Yeah, that's why Citizen M says you can't say you're batting 1,000. I'm batting 1,000 since all of this. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Citizen M. But yeah.
And they promised me a prize. It was just a fucking carrot.
Really was. Someone writing in on the text line, people are going to try and get Will Heron fired from his broadcasting gig next. The internet is ruthless. Well, I mean, I know that I wouldn't put it past Keanu to do that in the state she's in. She did call Stoney's to try and get our show canceled. So who knows what she's capable of.
But when has anyone ever lost like a TV or a radio gig because of mass internets?
Exactly.
Like, calling in and threatening shit.
That's all.
You'd have to be a real stupid idiot of a boss to be like, you know what? The internet doesn't like us.
That's fucking dumb. JJ with $4.99. You know what's funny is I've thought about this before. Gary never did fire us. Gary was like, hey, if you just give us control of these passwords and these social medias and stuff, you can come back. And like, I didn't.
Yeah, but I don't trust him with that control.
I didn't trust him with it either. So I said, I'm going to leave. And I'm always like, maybe he wouldn't have fired. Like, maybe he really would have just done that.
Yeah,
like,
but I don't trust him with that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he can handle it well. And I certainly don't trust him with access to what we were, making on Twitch at that time.
Oh, no.
And where does that go?
No, because it was a lot of money. It was a lot. $25 from Dennis over on Venmo. He says, I'll pick this up at the show. Thanks again for the show. Oh, no problem. All right. Dennis with $25. He's going to Stoney's. Thank you very much, Dennis. That puts us down to $270 for this morning. And we have plenty of Stoney's to throw away at you today. So if you throw in, more than likely, we'll let you know when we're out of them. You go $20 or more today, you're getting it. Will Heron is from Lafayette, Louisiana. He can get a job as an alligator wrangler on the Atchafalaya River. I don't know if I said that right. Balls Deep writes, Chrissy loves Holland Oats. Guys, how long are we going to do this? Little Lemmy says, Chrissy loves Q Lazarus. All right, that's a good joke. That one hits.
Chrissy Mayer wanted to work for Uber, but they don't allow people to pull carriages, so...
See, I'm not doing this. You guys are. I'm innocent in all this. I really do think in that interview, she was just letting him talk because that's what she does with her guests. People are saying, nope, she's sweeping. She's covering for him. I think Keanu is in talks with them, and I think she's taking marching orders. I really do. I don't know if Chrissy is.
I'm just making the horse jokes because it's fucking fun.
Dude, did Keanu really try to get the show canceled? Yeah, I was talking to an audience member Friday, and they were like, yeah, on the show where she was having a meltdown over people wanting her to talk about April's charges, which she still won't talk about, because it ruins her illusion. It really does, that she never did anything wrong. She apparently called Stoney's and was talking to one of the bartenders. And was just, I'm a piece of shit, this, that, and the other thing. Why are you platforming this guy? I mean, it's just, she's having a meltdown, I think. I think she's really going through something.
I don't know, man. Again, Gino and Chrissy, or not Chrissy, Gino and Keanu were there, and they literally saw, like, again, there's a rapport that Steel Toe has with Stoney's, and it's very, very obvious. Like, I don't know why you would even think, like, oh, I can call him and I can tell them Aaron's a piece of shit and fuck it. Like, I bet if Cheetos was on, like, yeah, that's why I like him. Like, fucking, like, I don't know what you were thinking. There's no way that works. And she did this live on air?
That's what I've been told. Again, I like I said, I can't tell you like how true it is that I do this show and then I just go have a life. So I don't watch any of the shit.
That more and more myself. That's why I'm sleepy.
So yeah, I don't know. But it's just it's a confusing way to behave, that's for sure. It's almost like she studied the every mistake you could make on the internet handbook and then tried to commit all of them. Father Justin Queso says, if I donate $200, will I get $400 in Stoney's gift cards? I would just go 20 at a time. Let me see how many I have left here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, I do have about 500 or 600 left. But no, I think we should say, don't go more than 20, 25 at a time. I'm only going to give you one at a time. That's a great question, actually, to ask, because I don't want anyone to give like 40 or 50 and be like, oh, now I get this many. Let's spread it out and let everybody who wants one
Let everybody have one.
Yeah. Didn't Chrissy accuse Gavin of faking a swatting? I don't know. McBuster says Chrissy and Keekums want desperately to be a part of the polycule story when the HBO people come knocking. Honky says, now I know why April likes Chrissy. Those big pearly whites made April pull out her credit cards to chop them up. Everybody's just getting shit on. Jesus. Keanu's going crazy because attacking you is backfiring. Right. A lot of people are just being like, well, here's the problem. There's a lot of people out there who already think I'm a giant piece of shit. So you're not swaying anybody, It's going to be like, I think Aaron's a piece of shit. And it's like, oh, well, I think he's a piece of shit too. Great, we agree. You're also a backstabbing twat. So, like, you can't throw mud on people without getting yourself dirty. And then people want to clip her talking about that. And then when the comment section doesn't go her way, she wants to control how people talk about her. So she goes, oh, I'm revoking my consent for you to, clip my channel. And it's just a lot of mistakes getting made. A lot of mistakes getting made. Midland Armory says, wow, I can't wait to get the cancel call. Yeah. I think our advertisers over the last 10 years are pretty used to getting people calling in bid. I don't like him. He's bad.
He's a dick and he's mean.
Yeah. Chrissy said Tobey Maguire was the best guy to ever write. Come on. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. Alan Powell, the real AP with $2 says, blink once if you want me to drive to her house. No, look at my eyes. There's no blinking. I hate when your eyes start burning when people tell you to blink. I need to blink 7 times now. There. I'm not blinking once. Don't do that. Shit Show with 199 says, this Stony sounds like a real bisnological genius. I hate it when people use big words and I don't know what they're saying and I'm pretty sure they're fucking with me and I just walked into it because I'm dumb. That 100% seems like what that was. All right, let's go with more people throwing in. 25 from Patrick says he'll pick it up at Stoney's. All right. There we go. $25 from him. Thank you, buddy. Anyone who throws in 20 or over today is getting $50 to Stoney's as a thank you for your generosity. 245 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Moving great. Thank you guys. All right. Shall we?
Yeah, we shall.
Oh, I got one more of these fucking clips. And then we can get to Trump in St. Cloud. We can talk about all of that. We can get to what is it? Elon Musk saying that Kamala Harris wants everybody dead.
I don't know if she does or not. I think she'll get us there, whether
right.
she wants it or not.
She might just do it by accident. And then I thought I had the Last Supper thing for the.
I hate it.
Oh yeah, I do. It's in the next hour's worth of stuff. So I wanted to play this because John from Win by 2 Radio is no fan of Steel Toe, and I have not heard back from him on what he's doing for the 24th. And if we can do that little boxing session he wants to do on the 24th of August. If he's watching, which I always thought he was, but I could be wrong. August 24th, let me know if you can make it. We'll do it then.
You always think everybody is, to be fair.
I really do, and I'm really always depressed at how wrong I am. It's always disappointing. So John from Win by 2, who is a huge Kiki simp. Like, he's a big Keanu mark. John's one of these guys where he will talk shit about you constantly, but if you call into his show once, he loves you. Like, he He wants the attention. He does about 100 people at a time. So he's trying to pump those numbers. He's trying to boost those numbers up, you know? So if he can shit on someone, but then they call in and they're nice to him and it can help the numbers a little bit, he'll drop the shitting on him thing. Yeah, exactly. Like right now, we're at about 900 people between Rumble and YouTube. We'll get to 1,000 today. So, you know, we can kind of talk about people however we want. We're a small show, respectable sized audience, but nothing too big. Don't really want to align. Certainly don't want to align ourselves with any internet people anymore. That's for sure. They tend to be unscrupulous. But John, I got to say, Johnny, I think he threads the needle really well here because he is totally pro Clipper in this whole thing. Mm-hmm. But he also has a crush on Keanu. So he's got to kind of, and Keanu has mismanaged this Clipper thing horribly. I don't know how much you've been following it, but I mean, I can't imagine you think she's handled it well.
From what I've seen, no. Not from what I've seen.
Honestly, it's people.
Lemmy in particular.
Oh, Lemmy just fucking brutalized her, didn't she?
Yeah, dude. I don't know what it is with Lemmy against other women, but she has just between that and the one she did to the other one, it just
something like I watch Lemmy sometimes and I go, she's stealing my misogyny, and I don't.
Well,
yeah,
I think as a woman, she knows how to wield it properly, like when it's deserved and when it isn't. I feel like as dudes with misogyny, we're like kids with a toy sword out in a field, and we're like cutting grass. We're just like, ah, ha, ha, ha,
yeah.
And she's more like a scalpel. She's like, no, this is where you're a cunt.
Right.
That's where you're a cunt. And it's better. It's better that way.
Men with their misogyny are like Captain America once he realizes he can wield Mjolnir. We kind of go apeshit with it.
And Lemmy's over there as Thor. I knew it.
Yeah, exactly. So now John's going to talk about the Clippers. And you can tell John DiCaprio has a thing for Keanu, but hates Chrissy Mayer. Let's go ahead and check this out from Win by 2 Radio. Now we're clipping.
Let's see what happens. Chrissy Mayer.
Oh, by the way, this is My Lost Interest. So get ready for this. This is us watching My Lost Interest watch John watch Keanu.
6 degrees of Clippers on the internet.
Holy fuck, has this show jumped the shark? Let's go ahead and check this out, and then we'll get...
Whoa, Keanu, what the heck? Not her normal background. Did we interrupt her at a hotel?
Yeah, they were somewhere.
Why does it look like a giant dick in the background? What is that plant?
It's a cacti, I believe.
Okay.
But this has aged Keanu terribly. This has stressed her out a bunch. She's been crying. She's been trying to deflect. You know, we talked about her trying to get the Stonies thing canceled and then more wild, crazy shit. And she's just she doesn't realize that two things. One, she's being lied to by addicts and she wants to believe. I get it. I've been there. There's only one way for her to learn, and that's to learn the hard way. And unfortunately, she is. And then also, number two, she's trying to fight the entire internet. And she's just not learning how to pick her battles. And it's taking a toll. And every time, she's stuck in this weird loop where she gets in shit with people. And then she goes, I know, I'll pivot and I'll talk a bunch of shit about Aaron. And then people will go, yeah, that would be fine if you weren't totally like friends with him and didn't, shank him in the fucking back. Like, they may not like me, but they dislike your dishonesty more. And then she goes, well, fuck you guys for clipping me talking about this and then talking shit about me and not saying nice things. Goes back into the loop. People get mad at her again. Then she goes, I'll talk shit about Aaron again. And then just the loop starts over and over. So here we go again. Let's watch My Lost Interest. Watch John watch Keanu.
For Christ's sake, I guess taking money. I'm so sorry. You're taking gobs of money out of my pocket.
Okay, so this is Keanu. This is where we have to correct the record. Gobs of money. How much is Will Harron actually making?
Right. I think if you talk to Will Heron about how much he makes, I don't know if his channel's monetized or not, but I will say this. Even if the video is fully monetized, which, Johnny, I'm telling you right now,
That's really hard to make happen with what we do.
Yeah, most of the clips from this show are not fully monetizable simply because of language, simply because of the words that are used.
I get
content.
an email every day about the show I do.
Yeah,
That,
me too.
Yeah.
Me too. And so all this shit happens. And they go, oh, these clippers are taking so much money out of our pocket. If the video is partially monetized, if it has the orange dollar sign, which most of them do, and these people get 2,000 views, which on a lot of Keanu stuff, they don't get 2,000 views. But let's say they get 2,000 views. If it's partially monetized, that's anywhere from $0 to $10 that person made on that video.
Mm-hmm.
$0 to $10. So gobs of money, untold riches, no.
And more importantly, are these people going to go track down Chrissy's show and watch it and go through the whole thing to find out what they want? Again, they go to the Clippers because they don't want the whole thing. They just want the meat. They don't want the bones, the sinew, and everything else. They just want the meat off the back end. That's all they want.
And, let's be honest, a lot of these types of talk shows, this one included, a lot of filler. A lot of filler. So you're going in going, oh, they're taking gobs of money. They're not. They're not taking gobs of money. In fact, the work they're putting in for the money they're making is slave wages. It's not and these aren't clips that you've put out there. These are clips that you were just going to leave these. So it's not like, oh, I was going to clip that same exact thing, and then I would have got this many views, and I would have made this much money. Yeah, but you weren't. So now the only thing people have written to me, and they've said, well, I don't want to clip any of Chrissy's stuff because her and Frank strike people. As far as those strikes go, I always thought the process was they file DMCA copyright claim. You contest it. They have like 30 days to take you to court. I would just do the take me to court part and then see if they'll go after you for DMCA, because we're on a video sharing website. We're on YouTube. We're sharing videos. We're sharing content.
And if you're doing more than just taking a clip and putting it out there, and that's that. If you're adding things to it in any way, shape, or form, you're technically making it your own content.
And even if you're not, Jesus fucking Christ. Is this the hill you want to die on? And if it is, more power to you. But it's just these people are exposing more people to your show. I think the objections that these people have is they're very sensitive. They don't like criticism. They think they're going to be seen as the big fucking hero in all this shit. And then when they're not, they get pissy and they go, I want to take my ball and go home. Well, that's not how the shit works. You don't get to like it when you're the cool kid and then hate it when you're getting shit on. You either got to be okay with it all the time or you got to think it's gay all the time. Now, in Chrissy's defense, she thinks it's gay all the time. Keanu, she's new to this. She likes it when people like her, which isn't very often right now. And she hates it when people don't like her, which is a lot right now. So hopefully this is a learning curve, but the arrogance still seems to be there.
Again, you should be flattered if you're clipped and put out there. You should be flat. You did a good segment, an interesting, entertaining segment. Clip it.
Oh, just tell him. Zero content for yourself. These fucking grifting scavenger assholes. Thank you.
Okay, I'd be careful on the grifting scavenger assholes thing because
We're all grifters.
You're right.
We're all grifters.
One could argue that shoving a knife in your friend's back to become an operative for a narcissistic drug addict might be seen as a bit grifty. All of a sudden, when you lose your main source of income, now you start glomming on to a rich guy that you used to call a cult leader, psychopath. Culty McCulterson, I believe is the name she gave him. When you start globbing on because maybe you need a little clout, you need a little cash, I don't know. Seems a little weird. I'd be careful calling people grifters. And then
I'd just be easy about all of that. We all do shows, and we all, play up ourselves as these whatever to attract people to enjoy the content we create. It's quintessentially a grift. The most honest thing you can do about it is, hey, I fuck around on here, and if you pay me, we can keep fucking around.
Yeah.
That's about the honest part about it. But in the end, it's a grift. It's a grift to make money, to keep doing whatever we're doing, to not work different jobs. That's it.
Some would argue that going from being a feminist to a hard right, commentator / comedian might be a little grifty, or that the comic book thing might be a little grifty. Like it's people could see it that way. So like there, but for the grace of grift go I. I ask people for money to keep our show on the air. Our grift is at least the most honest grift you can do, because you're going like, look, throw us some cash. We'll keep this thing going. Thank you so much for your support. I'm not going to be your Trumpian hero. I'm not going to destroy the libs. I'm not going to fight back against this or that. I'm not going to. Neither are the people who tell you they're going to. Just try and grab a little money by saying it.
We're just going to try to take fun stories and things and beat them into the ground, like people kicking a dead mare, a horse.
Stop it. All of you, you're being terrible. Someone writes in, be honest, were you and Keanu ever friends? I would say more. Well, first of all, they're internet people and they came here twice. And kind of what I've learned about that is, no, not really. I guess never really friends. Keanu and I, she was always, if Gina was my friend, she was my friend's fiance. But you treat them like friends as well. But no, I think Keanu wanted to start an internet, quote unquote, pretty girls club or mean girls club. And it kind of fell apart on her. And now she kind of has to take what she can get. And that is, sure, I'll ignore all the evidence to the contrary and just believe that the other pretty girl is telling me the truth, even though all evidence to the contrary. And again, if Ethan Ralph's assertion, Ethan Ralph said he was getting paid to strike channels for him, for Nick. He could be telling the truth. He could be lying. Maybe Keanu struck a deal because her and Gino need money. I don't know if that's, I mean, that would be surprising if that were the case, but I know, look, here's what's happening with Keanu. She got stuck with a group of people who are terrified, by a group of people who are in a lot of trouble and are not doing anything to get themselves out of it. And if they have to lie, cheat, and steal with everybody they know to try and get out of it, they will. And if they can use useful idiots to get their message out there, will, and they are.
I'm a useful idiot. I need money.
The problem is you don't fight these battles on YouTube. You fight them in a courtroom against the evidence. And the evidence is... So Keanu's kind of being used by a lot of people who are scared and backed into a corner. And can't say... Look, I can understand. I can empathize. Let's go back to John here.
Grifting, scavenger assholes. Okay, so I should have probably played this first and then had Keanu call in. This is sickening. This is sick. Keanu, make it right with Will. I don't even know. I don't even care about the DMs.
Oh, are we getting the Keanu John breakup?
Maybe.
Is John done simping for his lady? This is interesting because John he's a pro Clipper guy. He's a pro Will Heron kind of a dude. We'll see where his ethics take him on this one.
I really honestly don't even care about the DMs. I don't even think necessarily you even wanted to do this. I'll even give you the benefit of the doubt.
No, so he's still
I don't even
simping
think this was up to you. I don't even think this was up to you. I think
so John thinks that Chrissy is like in Keanu's ear influencing her and telling her she could do this. Well, that's not exactly, you're not complimenting her. Now you're just saying what? Keanu's too fucking stupid to make her own call and that Chrissy's pulling her strings? I mean,
well, I do ask you this. Who does Keanu tour with a lot?
True. Chrissy.
Yeah.
True.
Like she's Chrissy's opener for the most part, isn't she?
Well, Lila Hart too. I mean.
Yeah. But it's just like, I mean, it's no different than what people say about me whenever I go to bat for you or whatever. Like, oh, you got to cover him because he's your boss or whatever. Yeah. It's like, maybe. maybe.
I get your point. It's possible.
I mean, I mostly just tell the truth and people don't believe me.
Right.
But,
Well,
yeah.
if you
And that's the other thing too. That's why it hurts for me. It's like, oh, you're covering for Use Your Boss. Like, I get paid and I got a raise and I'm making money, but you really think like it's that? Like, oh, he bought me out that much? Like, oh, come on,
yeah.
really.
It's really, it's, I mean, it's interesting, the behavior on the Clippers thing. Let's see. So John thinks Keanu is being used, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Let's continue.
He just got in your ear and influenced you and made it out to be this whole, oh my God, he's stealing. That's how probably she saw it. He's stealing from me. It's like he's not, but you know.
They straight up clip your show. They do not make it transformative. They do zero commentary. They add nothing creatively. Yet you have the fucking gall to give you sass when you suddenly are like,
sass?
maybe an hour.
Why, I oughta. Here's the problem with what Chrissy's doing to Keanu right now. Chrissy has like 90,000 subs or whatever, right? Chrissy's kind of made a name for herself a little bit. Nobody watches Keanu's channel. Like, she goes live, she has 80 to 100 people watching. Nobody's watching. So Chrissy and Keanu are in two different places. Chrissy could be hurt by Clippers because people want to shit on her and make jokes. As you've seen in our chat, they want to shit all over her. Keanu needs Clippers to expose her show more. Keanu needs the exposure. Keanu needs people to know that she fucking exists. And when you have people who have 90,000 subs telling someone who has like 2,000 or 3,000 subs, oh no, fuck these Clippers, they're taking money out of your pocket. Okay, maybe for Chrissy, but not Keanu. They're not taking money out of Keanu's pocket at all. If anything, they're exposing her to a wider audience and maybe gaining her a few fans. And yes, some people might shit all over you in the comment section. It's really easy not to read that and just go, wow, Alyssa's clipping me, or Will Heron, or this person or that person, and then go, hey, great. You know, a few more people are catching my show and maybe they'll subscribe. But, I mean, to say that these people are taking gobs of money out of Keanu's pocket, they're not. They're just simply not.
She's not making gobs of money on her show.
No.
Too much. And then they go, oh, you already gave me your permission. Well, motherfucker, this is based on your literal grace, okay? Right. Which you can revoke at any moment.
All right, I revoke my grace.
Stop
clipping my show. Appreciate it. Just put my, channel in the things. Just don't make it an hour. But maybe now I'm allowed to revoke that. Maybe now I'm allowed to revoke it.
The second your content hits 8 minutes in length.
I will say Chrissy is definitely pulling Keanu in this direction aggressively. And unfortunately, I think a lot of this is Chrissy projecting her distaste for Clippers onto Keanu, not realizing that the two of them are in very different places.
I know she's just about to get into an explanation about once a clip reaches 8 minutes in length. I didn't know there was a time limit.
There is.
There is?
Yeah. But again, if you're fully monetized, 1,000 views is about $12. If it's partially monetized, it can be anywhere from 0 to 5. For 1,000 views. Yeah. So it's not a lot of money.
You can monetize that. So,
Thank you.
So anything
What do
over
you can what 8 minutes and you can Chrissy knows nothing. Can you just butt out? I get it, she might be your friend. How long have you guys been friends? That's my question. I don't think she does have your she doesn't know how any of this works. Chrissy knows nothing. Chrissy has 96,000 YouTube subscribers and gets like 180 likes. How is that possible?
I feel like John right now feels like, no, that's my Kiki. And like Chrissy's pulling him in the direction that John doesn't want her to go. And like right now we're watching John DiCaprio in a battle for Keanu's soul. He's just like, no, Chrissy, don't tell her that because she'll be on your side. And I don't like that. And I want Keanu to call into my show. Like, I think John's worried that maybe like Chrissy's going to tell Keanu, don't go on that John guy's show either. He's a problem. He's a bad guy. He's this, he's that. And then John's worried he's going to lose his access. Guys, Stop worrying about losing access to fucking internet people. Do a good show. People will find you. I got my group. I got my audience. It shrinks, it grows, it shrinks, it grows, it shrinks, it grows. That's how it works.
We don't even do a good show.
And we suck. We got Trump in St. Cloud clips coming up. That was fucking wild out there, by the way. But this idea that you're going to ride these coattails of people with 1,000 or so followers and they're going to bump you up, it doesn't work that way. You got to be part of a coke-infested polycule, and then you'll get a bump. In more ways than 3.
Taking your money, and you're
Right.
doing nothing with it.
Thank you.
No
Thank you.
sympathy for these people.
Because then it's like, where do you draw the line? Like, you know, is this over the line? Am I going to get copyright stricken from doing this? Is Chrissy going to flag my channel for doing this?
They have no
Why
scruples.
should you have
No
sympathy for them?
scruples.
They're not-
You're right. And I'm too nice. And so then I said, and
I'm too nice.
I'm
Every
too
time,
nice.
every time I hear a woman say I'm too nice, I'm like, that's a psychologically abusive chick. Like, every psychologically abusive woman has given themselves the cope of I'm just too nice of a person. Everybody who says I'm too nice of a person has an army of people who, if you ask them about that person, will go, they're a fucking asshole. Like, they're a problem. I'm being too nice. No, you're being too internet. You're on the internet. You got a bunch of people over. Go have fun with them. Fuck the podcasting for a day. Be done with
looks
it.
like I think they're at some sort of
A hotel or something or some
a
damn thing.
hotel or something.
so then he sent me a message of mine. He was like, we have a problem.
Oh, really? A problem with your content? By the way, the fact that he's like, well, you used my clips of you. It's still you, so there's no way you can get in trouble using literally clips of
So then he
you.
said, so we
It's
have a little
bullshit.
problem. I did ask.
Pipe down. You're too emotionally invested in
Yeah,
this.
Chrissy really hates Clippers. You can tell. She really despises them. And she's kind of projecting that onto everybody else. And it's unfortunate because, again, Keanu is eating a lot of shit for this. I mean, she is getting
And-
shit for just about everything she does now.
And then this is a thing, though. People have even told me, and I think you, that like sometimes clippers are how people find shows.
Right.
Like they might find the clip and then go, "Oh, I want to see what a train wreck this is," or whatever. And or the clip might not give them everything that they want to know about it, so they go look into it.
Yeah.
And then they either find a show they love to hate, or they just love, or whatever. It's just. It's literally exposure. That's all it is. It's not money on the table that was going to be yours if they didn't take it. It was literally just its exposure.
Yep. No, you're right.
Think of the money they make as that. That's their payment for giving you more fucking exposure.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%.
It's you know, this is a good thing. This is a good thing for your friend. You should be encouraging this unless you oh shit. Unless you don't want to see Keanu succeed, unless she's a little fucking jealous that Keanu is finally getting a little bit of fucking rub and she doesn't want to see her fucking friend succeed.
Wow.
Ooh.
I'm telling you, John DiCaprio is now at war. He's in a tug of war for Keanu's soul with Chrissy Mayer. This is such a weird fucking thing that's going on. This is just, like I said, the internet's wild, man. Real life is great. The internet is fucking wild. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. And if I want to see which Clippers have fucking balls too. I want to see which Clippers just keep clipping shit and just are reckless with it. I want to see who's got a fucking set on them. That'll be interesting to watch. Alan Powell, the real AP with $5 says, why does Johnny look like someone took General Zod from Man of Steel out of the oven too early? You ever gotten that one?
Never gotten that one before. I think it's from the rug burn scar thing. So
Is that where your General Zod look comes from?
I'm guessing because like I don't know what else. Everybody keeps accusing me of this being a headbutt wound, and I was like, that's a
Fuck
weird
yeah.
place to go for a headbutt. But
Yeah, fucking headbutts, man. I'm telling you.
well, I mean, they're actually not wrong. I did headbutt the floor, so that's where it came from. So
I always look at him. I say, don't cross the boss. That's the last thing you hear before. You just get that blade of a headbutt right above the eyebrow, the kind of cut that bleeds. Crowder Wears Panties says, log off, Chrissy, tend to your child. Yeah, worrying about Clippers that much is a futile endeavor. Number one, Josh Denny fan says, can anyone besides me start pointing out that Red Bar has dozens of clip channels that get tens of thousands of views on each video, and it only has made him bigger than ever? Right. Red Bar has people clipping him all the time, or at least he did. I don't know if he still does. And people find Red Bar that way.
He still does. I'm pretty sure Citizen M's channel has Red Bar clips.
Yeah, exactly.
Along with clips of shit tons of other people.
Snigger Niggardly says, Chrissy will trample Keanu. A single 2-hoof kick will take her out. God damn it with the horses. Sam Show says, like I said, Chrissy has a cliff. She'll drop your ass off it. Number one, Josh Denny fan, imagine the takeaway being that anyone is jealous of Keanu's success. Ha ha. Number one, Josh Denny fan says, so thorough Joe Burrow went head-to-head with Frank on Twitter and owned him. Really? So that so thorough Joe Burrow guy can be a low-down, ruthless Vatoe. So, and he doesn't give a fuck. He's an internet guy. He doesn't give a fuck. He just wants to fight you. Number one, Josh Denny fan says he still does have clippers that will upload nearly 2-hour clips of the show. That's it. I mean, okay, Red Bar still has plenty of clippers. Let's check it out. Someone says, quick, stream snipe her while she stream snipes you. It will be a hilarious stalemate. We're already pushing the audience's patience with this horse shit. They do want us to move on. Someone else says, rug burn scar. You mean he didn't give you a pillow to bite on? They're saying you were getting sodomized and that you got a rug burn scar from your forehead rubbing back and forth into the carpet from being fucked in the ass.
I picked up on it.
So
Didn't happen, but
letting you know that that's what they were trying to say.
Okay.
The whole thing.
It's a vivid picture.
Thank you very much for the $5. $240 away from today. Anybody who throws $20 at the toe today is getting $50 to Stoney's for the anniversary show, or anytime. You can use it whenever you want. Thank you guys very much for your contributions to our program. Looking good so far. Keep them coming. We appreciate all the support this program gets. It helps us stay on the air. And, of course, we give you 30 minutes of overtime if we get that number down to 0. Again, 20 today to the show gets you 50 to Stoney's. Some are saying becoming a member for 25 months says, hope everyone had a great weekend. How sad is it that these people spend their weekends in the summer streaming and watching these tards? Yeah, I mean, I was at Firefest this weekend. I was out at the lake this weekend. I was busy as all hell, and it was a blast. It was a lot of fun. I can't imagine sitting around watching YouTube stuff.
I'm busy pretty much every weekend from now until the weekend of the 17th is the last busy weekend I have. And I don't know if I'm going to get into book for Jax after that. But after that, I've got other stuff I've got to really work on my channel that I've been behind on. So, I mean, I just have way too much stuff to do to just, like, let's sit on the internet and watch shows. There's so many shows of, like, friends and people that watch and contribute to my channel that I'd, like, if I had time, I'd watch their shows and check their stuff out. So it's just, yeah, you do not need to have the time and energy wasted on clippers. It does nothing for you. It's just, if it helps, it helps. Nobody's going to watch a clip channel and go, well, I'm not watching their show anymore.
Yeah. I think, yeah, and Keanu's crying. She's spiraling out of control. She's behaving erratically. All because what? You fucking shit on some clippers on YouTube. Like, do something else. Somebody texting in, God damn it, Johnny. It's no wonder Mayor hates clippers. Most horses hate the buzzing. Yeah, the horse jokes are mean. Trucker, thank you for the $5. He says, but Keanu is going to hire a clipper for her channel. So you're going to pay someone to clip you. The clips aren't going to make enough money to pay whatever you're paying the clipper. They're just not. You're better off just letting clippers clip your shit. It actually will probably cost you less money.
Like I said, consider whatever fucking money they make clipping your channel their payment for the process. It's business. It's business.
Yeah. Keanu hates Clippers but aspires to scissor April. All right, we got to get to the Trump shit and all that stuff. I know that our regulars they're like, all right, we're good. We're done. That's enough. 2:40 away from today. Keep her up. We appreciate it. Let's go ahead and talk about Donnie Trump in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Holy shit. I didn't go to that part of town. I mean, on purpose on Saturday, but I was getting messages from people going, it is fucking crazy down there on campus. St. Cloud State is just like that whole Herb Brooks Arena, Hallenbeck Hall area is packed with people. And I knew it would do well. Like it's an 8,000 or 9,000 seat venue. And I knew it would be full. But if you would have told me that there would be another 25,000 fucking people waiting outside, that would have even surprised me. That, to give you an idea, St. Cloud, Minnesota is a town of about 75 to 80,000 people. It's also kind of a work hub for central Minnesota. So during the daytime, there's about 250,000 people in the city, and it goes down to about 75, 80,000 at night. So you've got, by all accounts, at least 30,000 people down in this one area on Saturday. That's more than a third of the population of the town.
But it wasn't. A lot of those people were from out of state.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. A lot of those people traveled, but still.
Every hotel was booked.
Yep. You couldn't get a hotel. If you could get a hotel, it was expensive as shit. I mean, it was.
Airbnbs were full up.
Yeah. I mean, there were people like they were at the Holiday Inn in St. Cloud after I came home from Firefest in Raleigh's. My neighbor said, hey, we're at Legends. You want to come meet us for one? I go, all right, I can have one more. And they were saying how like there's Secret Service at the Holiday Inn and there's people from the Trump campaign staying there and all this stuff. People who went to the rally staying there. There's Trump chants all over the place. I mean, the town was descended upon with Trump people. It's
and
wild.
the best part was all of this happened. A lot of people were like, we don't really see any protesters. Like, yeah, because none of the protesters want to come all the way out to fucking St. Cloud. And the people in St. Cloud that would protest Trump were of the opinion that people like me who are neither pro or anti-Trump were, yeah, I'm just going to stay out of that side of town. I got stuff to do that day. I'm going to just not be there.
Coltrane says, my sister and niece were at the rally. The venue was packed tight, and there was a fuck ton outside. Well, they said that they got Herb Brooks Arena up to 9,000 people for capacity. Usually it's like 7,500 to 8,000 for a hockey game. For the Trump thing, they said they were able to get up to 9,000 people in there. And, you know, look, attendance numbers are attendance numbers. They can be messed with or whatever, but that I believe it. I buy it. Donald Trump also said, you know, we were talking about the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt, and one of the things we said was like they're going to use this as a way to get Trump to stop doing outdoor rallies. Right. And one of the first things they said
was due to the shooter, no more outdoor rallies.
No more outdoor rallies. Exactly. So then now it's more of this stuff that comes out that makes you go, oh, God damn it. Stop making me right about my paranoia. I hate it. Well, Donald Trump responded to that. He may be at odds with the Secret Service a little bit here. As he wrote on Truth Social, I will continue to do outdoor rallies, and Secret Service has agreed to substantially step up their operation. They are very capable of doing so. No one can ever be allowed to stop or impede free speech or gathering. So, Donald Trump not respecting the memo, so to speak.
Apparently.
No, he said, I will be going back to Butler, Pennsylvania for a big and beautiful rally, honoring the soul of our beloved firefighting hero, Corey, and those brave patriots injured 2 weeks ago. What a day it will be. Fight, fight, fight. Stay tuned for details.
Well, at least now they know which buildings a sniper might choose to shoot from.
It's great. You know, they call it, it was a learning lesson.
Right.
It was a learning lesson is what it is. And As far Snicker Niggardly says, April is the new producer Robert. Kiki doesn't learn. She doesn't know how to clip. She won't be able to do that. But yeah, it's him going, I'm still going to do the outdoor rallies. I'm sure that doesn't make the Secret Service happy.
No.
But also, it might. Here's what I love about the Trump assassination attempt is that, you know, the accusation that there was an FBI agent who met with the shooter's family before the shooting?
Yeah.
That there was that guy whose cell phone was in the crook's house?
Yeah, there's a cell phone that's commonly in the home that was in, like, the FBI headquarters a lot or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, yeah, he was at the FBI headquarters. Well, guess who's heading up the investigation into what happened with the Secret Service at the Trump rally?
The FBI.
The FBI. So they're investigating themselves. I'm sure we'll get the truth. Someone saying, talk about the election in Venezuela. Opposition won, but Maduro completely rigged the polls. 2,000 mule. Anytime someone writes in and says, talk about the election in Venezuela, I go, yeah, I think you're in the wrong place.
I don't know if you know this or not. We don't really go outside of our country.
You probably should. You took a right when you should have taken a left.
It's got to be a big thing that everyone's talking about. Otherwise, we're.
We have a bunch of Trump clips from the rally in St. Cloud, but I've been downing fluids like crazy today. I'm gonna pee real quick. I don't want to sit here with a full bladder and like try to rush through this Trump St. Cloud rally stuff. So we're gonna do that.
Okay.
I'll be back in about a minute or two. $20. You throw in $20 to the show today, you get $50 to Stoney's. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All the links are in the chat. $240 away for today. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Let's keep that going. Johnny, keep them busy for just a minute or two.
All right. Aaron's going to go use the bathroom. I heard someone tell me recently, I was wondering if this is true. Someone was saying that Donald Trump said that we won't need elections in 4 years, like implying, like someone saying, I don't like what Trump is saying with this whole saying we won't need elections in 4 years. Like I haven't heard this clip, so I haven't looked into it either. Johnny, is she still with you or it's over? What are you talking about? She's still with you or it's over? You're talking about the California, the California girl. No, that's over. I apparently I fucked that up apparently, so that's over. She was a nice lady, and I fucked that up. Alrighty. Aaron has run off and hit his. Oh, Landers, why would you say that? Look at the 2013 worst county violence versus gun ownership. They emptied out the prisons and sent their most violent here. I don't know. I don't have those facts. I mean, you just say, look at it like I can pull it up. I don't have a binder.
God damn, man. That just feels fantastic. Oh, it recalibrates everything. I'm sorry to interrupt. There's just less pressure. You know,
right.
There's less.
Is your mic loose? Yep.
A little. What's it to you, motherfucker?
I'm watching it now. Clock's fucking ticking.
Oh, there we go. We're able to twist her a little bit.
Okay.
Hold on. I got it.
Are you going the right way? That's a good question.
That is a good question. There. That's a little better.
All right. All right. We'll see if it makes it through the show.
J. Brock Contrarian says his anus is that. See, nobody was asking about my anus. Nobody was talking about my butthole, but we had to make the loose mic joke about my butthole. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Johnny, thank you for setting J. Brock Contrarian up so well. I'm so excited to see the Aristococks at the anniversary show next Saturday. It's going to be so much fun.
It's going to be great. I can't wait. We're like 2 weeks away.
I know. If you guys missed the announcement, we have 10 tickets left. There's literally 10 left. Cheetos did say for the people who just come out and party for free, he'll kind of take a look at things and see if he can fit anyone anywhere or do like a standing room thing at all the day of. And then that way people don't have to wait outside or leave. You know, he'll see if he can make it in. We'll put speakers outside too. we'll be able to do that. But
still have to figure out how the fuck we're gonna like film all this. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to bring my laptop, some webcams, and my stationary camera.
Right.
And then we'll have to edit it all together.
I'll say this: 10 tickets left. The cornhole tournament, I'm going to take those tickets down, and I'm going to refund everyone who bought them because I'm letting everybody play in the cornhole tournament who wants to. I'm going to just let people play, and we're going to pay the winner $150, the loser $50, and I want people to just be able to play. It's just SP was asking me the other day. She goes, "What free thing are you doing for the audience for 10 years?" And I said, "I don't know." She goes, "Like, do something." And I'm like, "I know. Let them do the cornhole tournament for free." Perfect. President Trump had a lot to say during the St. Cloud rally here in Minnesota. We're gonna get shots of the crowd and stuff here in a little bit too. Oh no, you know what? Let's do that first. Let's do shots of the crowd. This is what it looked like outside of the venue after 9,000 people were already in the building. This is what was left over. And apparently they had giant screens outside where people could, watch the rally.
See the rally or whatever.
Yeah. This is what it looked like outside the Herb Brooks Arena in St. Cloud this weekend.
Tom, you better bring this home.
I'll tell you this. It doesn't look like 25,000 people, but then again, they might not be scanning the whole.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the crowd there is on the side. We're not seeing like end to end necessarily.
Because people were saying, and like people fudge the numbers all the time, but people were, the number I kept hearing from people consistently was 25,000. There were 25,000 people. Overflow outside. And again, I don't know if that's true. I don't. But if it is, Jesus fucking Christ. With that many goddamn people. Let's continue on here. This is Trump at the... Oh, yeah. Okay, so this one says, too. Overflow crowd of 25,000 people at his Minnesota rally. Meanwhile, 68 people showed up for Kamala's event on Saturday. Oh, my. That's not good.
6,800?
No. I'm sorry. 68 people. That's what always weirded me out about the 2020 election. Is I was like, I'm watching Trump's events and he's filling up stadiums. And Biden's running his campaign out of a basement. Like, I'm just looking at the levels of support the two of them have, and it just doesn't jive with the numbers.
And this time it's even worse.
Right. Nobody's psyched about the way things are going. No, in fact, we're going to find out later in today's show, champagne sales are down this year. And the industry says the reason champagne sales are down is because people don't feel like there's anything to celebrate.
Oh, before we even get into that, though, just the left's whole thing, apparently, like, the water cooler hubbub is Biden did not want to quit. Biden didn't want to go out. He kind of got forced out.
Yeah.
So he backed Kamala, even though the Obama administration didn't want that to be the thing. And then he kind of forced everyone else into backing Kamala because he did. So that was kind of his, like, fuck you on the way out, too.
So are we just having a clan day? Are you just going to be racist all day now?
Why?
Remember, I believe it was, I can't remember which commentator it was, but they did inform you that calling her Kamala is racist. You're purposely mispronouncing her name.
No, I'm just pronouncing it because it's always been the way I've said it, but
it's I heard it's racism, what you're doing.
No. Oh, I can help that lady out. Racism would be saying, like, and I don't mean this, but if I was going to say something racist, I'd say something like, well, there's no way we can let Kamala be the president. I mean, we've already had one in there. Do we have any bananas left? I mean, there's like, that's
See, now that's
racist.
really racist. That's a shitty thing to say, but you're not saying that.
I'm not saying that.
You're
I'm
saying
doing it
that,
as an example, as a teaching experiment. I don't mean that in the slightest.
That would be a racist thing to say.
Yeah.
Which is something you would never say.
Nope.
I get it.
There are 25,000 people outside that cannot. If you people all go and vote, now, look.
He so badly wants to say, now, if you people all go out and vote, they can't steal it from us. That's what he wants to say.
There's no way we lose this. There's no way we should lose this vote.
Yeah, I mean, it is close in Minnesota. Like, all the polls have it like 1 point either way.
And Minnesota has never been well, at least not never. Minnesota really hasn't gone Republican in a long time.
Not since 72, when Nixon beat McGovern.
Jeez. Not once in my lifetime.
Nope.
And I'm old as dirt.
Yeah. There he is. So that was part of the speech. We're going to watch a bigger clip in just a little bit. But 25,000 people is crazy. I mean, 25,000 people overflow outside. Again, not even the actual crowd.
And the weirdest part is when he started, like back in 2016, and even when he was first elected, he would vastly lie about the size of his audience, about the number of people, and he would say, "Oh, this is unheard of. It's unprecedented. I looked around. I've never seen this before." Like he would do all that, and I would get mad, like, because there'd be ways to point out they're showing clips from two different events. It's sunny at one point, and then all of a sudden it's cloudy and overcast in this one, and it's like, yeah, dude, that wasn't really what happened. But in a weird way, after everything he's gone through, it's like he willed it into reality, because now he can say, like, these are massive crowds that we haven't seen before. People don't see crowds like this. They tell me they don't see crowds like this. I look out there, I've never seen a crowd like this. Like,
well,
so
I will say, I understand, like, Citizen M's point in the Rumble chat. He does say, like, look, I'm never Trump, but I'm never going to anyone's rally. So, I mean, you could make the argument that maybe people who like Kamala Harris like her and they will vote for her, and there's a lot of those people, they just would never go to a rally. That's possible.
Possible.
Likely, no, but possible. Dive Bar says, yeah, but that's like every other so-called blue state. If you look at the voting map, it's all red except for the cities. If it weren't for cities, we wouldn't have Democrats in office. I mean, we
that's
wouldn't
partially
have
true.
the economy we had also if we didn't have cities. But no, the point you make is an astute one. I mean, in Minnesota, most of the map is red in terms of votes, but the large population centers vote Democrat by a wide margin. That's why Tim Walz said the only thing that's in greater Minnesota is rocks and cows. You know, people got mad at him for saying that, but it's also like, okay, tell him when he's telling lies.
Yeah, you know why he said that? Because he knew all the people he'd piss off wouldn't matter to the people he already secured in the cities.
Right, like he's already won those people.
Which is something that does bother me a little bit.
That you don't have, that he doesn't even have to fight for those people?
Though he doesn't have to fight for those people, and like, I'm not trying to say anything with this, but honestly, the larger an area is, the larger a city is, the more you're going to have a need for people who need, like, social service programs and handouts, or people who will look for them or take them. It's just a matter of larger groups of people. You're going to have more people that want to suckle or need to suckle off the teat. So you have those people who will be very, very interested in Democrats who push programs that continue to help the, like, oh, we got to make sure we help all the homeless, and we got to do what we can for the homeless and all that stuff. Those people can still go vote. I mean, no one wants to stand behind them in line.
Sure.
But they can still go vote.
Someone's saying these people can't go to Kamala. Kamala supporters can't go to Kamala's rallies. They're in the cemetery. That's not very nice. Somebody says Wall's basically saying everyone outside of the cities are shit and don't matter. I mean, that
kind of.
But I mean,
and did he get elected?
Twice. But, like, Democrats have never acted like those people matter anyway. So, I mean, he's not saying anything that's not accurate about the way his party feels.
If you deconstruct what they're actually saying, I don't know if Democrats think any people matter.
Yeah.
Even the people they claim to support, they're like, look, we've got to protect the blacks. They're too dumb to get IDs and they won't be able to vote.
Jesus.
We got to lower the test scores or none of them are going to graduate. These people are stupid.
What you're saying is they really just kind of treat people like dog shit.
Yeah. They really just kind of do this softcore dog whistle racism thing, which I find cute. But now I'm just like, just own it. Just own it.
It's adorable.
It's adorable.
No.
It's like a chihuahua barking at you like, yeah, you want to fuck me up 6 ways from Sunday, but even my crippled foot could take you out.
Yeah.
Like, I mean.
It's, you know, the Trump rally thing, I was at Raleigh's, and Raleigh was there, and we're talking, and the motorcade comes by, and the bar was fucking packed, and there were so many people in there. They had of course, Raleigh had a band going, but then in the back by the pool tables and shit, he had the Trump rally on. And there were as many people in the back for the Trump rally as there were people there for the band. And as we're getting ready to leave, Raleigh the parking lot is blocked. The exit to the parking lot is blocked. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm fucking hanging around for a little bit. And it's because Trump's motorcade was coming by. And so we all stood on the side of the road and we waved at Trump's motorcade, and it was a great fucking time. But people are so goddamn passionate about the guy. Like they don't have that passion for anyone else. The only other passion I've seen in this election is for people who hate him so much, they'll vote for anyone but him.
Yeah, pretty much.
Coltrane says, Klobuchar said an NPR poll has Harris 10 points over Trump. I call bullshit. In Minnesota, I think it could be possible. Maybe. I think that's out there, but it's possible that it exists. By the by, 2:35 away from today. If you'd like to contribute to the show, please do. You guys are doing great. If you're just joining us, anybody who throws $20 at us or more today is getting $50 to Stoney's in downtown Rockville. We've got a bunch of these. I got all the ones from last month sent out. If you'd like to get one yourself, we got the anniversary show coming up. Go to eventbrite.com for the anniversary show tickets. There's only 10 of those left. But if you want $50 to Stoney's this week, throw us $20 and we'll set you up. We'll send it out to you. You'll get it before the anniversary show, or we can hold it and give it to you at the anniversary show. Either one. But we're 2:35 away from today, and 20s get you 50. Let's watch a little Donald Trump at the rally. He decided.
You should check YouTube's chat quick before we do this.
I'm sorry. Vance, thank you. Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, I just want, since you said 20 gets you 50, I figured that was worth making sure we got that now.
Vance, send me your info or just DM me that you want it at the show. Either one. Appreciate it, buddy. Trooper becoming a member for 26 months. I appreciate that. Now we're 220 away from today's goal and overtime. Thank you very much to Vance. Okay, there we are. Thanks. Yeah, before we get going on this longer Trump clip.
Yeah, it was good to get to that first.
Good that we got that in there. Let's clear out the text, and then we've got 3 minutes of Trump talking about his... Like, here's one thing he does at these rallies really well. He just kind of bullshits for a while. He meanders and just kind of bullshits about stuff, and it goes off in little tangents. He decided to brag about his golf game.
Of course.
During his rally. Like, you watch most politicians, they've got the teleprompter there. They're reading all their bullet points and their campaign points. And Trump will be like, did you see me hit that drive? It was a hell of a drive. Like, what does this have to do with voting for him? Nothing. He's just relating. Someone writes, I still have Kamala Harris winning in November. If I'm right, I'll clear the goal Wednesday morning after. If you're right. If Trump wins, Aaron has to play a round of pickleball. Deal. I'll play that game with you. All right, so we'll send that out to Vance. He just sent me a message. Thank you, buddy. Okay, back to Trump. This is him talking about his golf game in St. Cloud at the rally this weekend. This is a 3-minute and 42-second clip, by the way. Like, he just goes off on these tangents, and the crowd eats it the fuck up. It's amazing how he has them eating right out of the palm of his hand.
This one was good. Did you see I played golf with Bryson DeChambeau? Did anybody see? Yeah. Played okay. It was good. Won a lot of club championships, and I'm playing with him. First of all, he's like 29 years old. He hits the ball a mile, but I hit it far also.
This PGA Tour golfer who's won Masters and Majors, and he's very good. You know, I'm no slouch myself. He is. He's doing the Judge Schmales from Caddyshack. He's pretty good, and I'm no slouch myself. Oh, what did he say? Oh, nonsense, Judge. You're a tremendous slouch.
We played very good, and it was a break 50. Break 50, that means you have to get 13 birdies and 5 eagles. That's very tough. The par threes are actually make it the toughest, right? For those of you that are golfers. But I played with him. He said, I can't believe how good you are. No, I play good. So what happens in...
The PGA Tour championship golfer was so shocked at how goddamn good I was at golf. It's just, I don't know if people find this obnoxious or they like him or they don't like him, but like,
It's folksy.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. I love it because it's folksy. He's not talking about taxes and immigration and this, that, and the other thing. He's just waxing about his round of golf he played with a tour champion. And he's like, and I was good. Like, if I played with Bryson DeChambeau, all I'd be talking to people about is, holy shit, guys, you wouldn't believe the fucking way this guy played. It's amazing. It's incredible. He's like a goddamn cheat code in a video game. Donald Trump's like, I played golf with Bryson DeChambeau. He's all right, but holy shit, you should have gotten a load of me.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Trump, he's been golfing forever.
But I mean at 75, 76, you got to lose a little zip on your fastball, you know?
I don't know. I don't play golf. I have a life.
I helped him a lot. But he does hit the ball like about 380. It helps.
Holy
helps
shit.
When you can hit it 380. He's the longest hitter on tour. He just won the U.S. Open. He's a handsome guy. He's a great guy.
Giant cock, great cock on him, cock like a mule.
Honestly, I'd fuck him, but I'm not that way.
Even soft, it hangs considerably lower than his balls, and his balls are not small. He's got long balls. He's got long balls, a long drive, and a big shaft. Great guy. Great guy.
Loves the people, loves the country. But that became the #1 trending thing because Joe Biden, who I watched him, I was always a nice athlete, a really good athlete, but I don't want to brag.
Come on. How is this guy not the fucking man? How is he not remarkably charming?
This is the stuff that used to piss me off in 2016 and everything else. But it's just, at this point, it's just fucking funny.
Yeah.
I'm a remarkably good athlete. I don't want to brag. No. You just did, sir. Don't worry.
He's tripping over his own dick trying to compliment someone else. Like, he's complimenting Bryson DeChambeau. I'm really good, too, though. I was really good. Really good. And now he's trying to shit on Joe Biden, but he's tripping over his dick about what a good athlete he is. But I don't want to brag.
So what happens? Joe Biden challenged me to a round of golf. He challenged me.
This reminds me of like when a John DiCaprio or someone wants to challenge me to a boxing match. I'm like, the fucking gall of this guy. Like, what am I supposed to do? Tie a hand behind my back? Christ almighty. But, by the way, John, August 24th, let me know if you can do it. Jesus. If you're just listening and you're not watching, Trump literally stepped away from the podium and did a shitty golfer impression of a guy just lightly chopping at the ground. Like, he's stopping his political rally to do a fucking act out on how shitty someone else is at golf. Like, is it a rally or is it a stand-up show?
I don't know, but it's definitely more entertaining than anything we have going on the other side.
Right.
And, that's what Donald Trump has to do, because he can't talk about how the country was doing under his term, or he can't, talk about the current administration and their record in any negative way. So he's got to, Because this administration is running so gangbusters that if he doesn't distract them with little hoodwinks and impressions of, oh, Grandpa Joe can't hit a ball. Like if he doesn't do that, what's he going to do?
Yeah,
Talk about the economy when he was in office, the price of gas, food, the border situation, any of that stuff. Like, is not having a proxy war in Ukraine that we're constantly funding. Like, what's he gonna do? Talk about like substance and political shit? No, he's got nothing to run on.
He's just, he's best economy ever we're going through right now. So how are you supposed to beat that? How you beat the best economy ever? You talk shit about the guy's golf game.
I tell you, every time I'm at the pump, I put my card in there because they're all prepay now because we live in a society where we can't trust people to pump gas and pay for it. And, yeah, I tell you, tears of joy or at least just tears.
You're just
cry.
You're just so happy that the economy's so good.
I just love looking at that number.
That's what it is.
And remembering I have an SUV-like vehicle.
Imagine being Joe Biden and like you dropped out of the race and you're like, well, at least he'll stop talking shit about my goddamn golf game and he'll stop calling me a fucking loser. One of the first things he does at the rally, isn't Joe Biden a giant loser who can't golf? He's a shitty golfing loser.
It was a stupid challenge in every way, shape, and form when you see how Joe Biden looks like walking to and from places. So it's like you want to challenge him to a sport where you're going to have to do a lot of walking and standing, something he plays a lot. And then you're like, I challenge you, but I challenge you to carry your own golf bag. It's like, dude, you can't carry your own golf bag.
Right.
Like I don't trust you to hold the club, man.
It's such a douchey thing. It's like he might as well have put his like elbow on the table and goes, I'll arm wrestle you. You know, it's just, guys, come on. But, not everyone was happy about this rally, by the way. I had someone text me yesterday, and they were pissed because their dad was at the rally holding up a Deport Illegals Now sign.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, my fucking dad was at this rally. He was holding a Deport Illegals Now sign. It's fucking embarrassing, this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, you forget that there's people out there who are, they really genuinely think the guy is a fucking problem. So you see 25,000 people at the Overflow event and you go, how can this guy fuck this up? How can he lose Minnesota? But then you go, there's that other silent part of the state that is never going to go to a rally or do anything like that, that just fucking hates the guy.
And I can hit the crap out of the ball. I'm good. I shoot good scores. And when you win a club championship, that means you can play under pressure. You can ask a lot of the people up there, like Brett Baer. Brett Baer's a good golfer. Ask him, can Trump play? Ask a lot of the people. But can you imagine now, the whole thing with these people is they're con people. Misinformation. I challenge him to a round. I'll give him 3 strokes aside. He's going to give me strokes. So I say,
Joe Biden might have a stroke playing golf. I don't know if stroke is a word you really want to be throwing around loosely. That's all.
Right.
Jesus. Like he's been going for 2 minutes now on the fucking golf thing. Like that's why these rallies take hours and hours, because Trump's like, I'll get to the economy, I'll get to immigration, but first, did you see me whacking the ball?
Yeah, and meanwhile, the people behind him, I don't see anyone that's like completely lost interest.
No.
I see people that are like just mildly paying attention, and then other people are grinning ear to ear watching Trump brag about his golf game.
Right. They're totally into it. They're like, tell me more, Donnie.
I will give you $1 million if you could break. He said he was a 6, right? During the debate. And then immediately he said he was an 8. I said, that was quick. We keep going like this, it'll be a 30 in about 2 minutes. I was a 6 handicap. I was an 8 handy. I said, how the hell did that happen so fast, right? He's not a 6.
Donald Trump is really offended by this lying about your golf handicap thing. He needs to know about it.
He's taking this shit very seriously. I did not realize this, and I hope the Harris campaign is taking notes here. The way to attack Trump is to attack his golf game.
Yeah.
You don't attack his economy or the fact that he technically instituted the program that gave us the corona vaccine. You don't go after any of that.
You get his golf game.
his golf game.
That's what you do. And then
Attack ads is on his golf game.
He's starting to make me think that the first thing he's going to do as president is launch investigations into what Joe Biden's handicap is. Like, fuck Hunter Biden's laptop, fuck Ukraine, fuck all that stuff. He wants to find out what's this guy's real handicap. Someone follow him. We'll figure it out.
He's not an 8, and he's not a 30. He cannot break 100. I know.
All right, look, fuckhead. All right, now look, some of us, straddle the line between 95 and 105. Okay, dickhead. Sometimes chipping is tough. Sometimes you 3-putt a hole or two. Shit falls apart, Don. Shit falls apart. If you 1 and 2-putted every hole, I could shave some strokes off. All right. I'm doing my best.
You really suck at golf.
I've been back at it consistently for 3 years too. And I'm still like, if I break 100, like I can shoot low 90s on like the shitty cheap course in St. Cloud. But the good courses, like I'm busting my ass to get to 99, like trying really hard to get to 99. It's rough.
How many pocket balls are we playing? We still playing pocket balls?
No more pot. No, I don't. I always have a ball in my pocket. But that's in case I hit one out of bounds or hit one in the water. I always have a ball.
Because I like the feel of it.
Yeah, I like to have
3 testicles.
Yeah.
And I could look at their swing. He can't break 100, but I offered him $1 million. Now, as a 6 handicap, you can easily break 100. I said, I'll take you to any course you want from the blue tees, which are, just moderate tees. I would give you $1 million if you can break 100.
Yeah.
He decided to turn me down. He turned me down. Then I said, I'll give you 10 strokes aside. I'll give you 10 on the front, 10 on the back. I'll give you 20.
If you look at the faces in the background, they are starting to be like, all right, enough
They are starting to tune out because, again, none of these people play golf.
Right.
He's talking to a crowd of people who the best you can get is Frisbee golf, and that's nowhere near the same.
Yeah, he's sitting there ranting and raving about his golf game, and people at first were like, oh, this is charming, this is fun. And then they kind of start looking at each other and going, he's fucking serious. Like, he really is passionate about the fact that he's not a shitty golfer. Like, he really wants to beat Joe Biden's ass in golf. Like, I can't believe he's really going after it.
Strokes. I'll give you $1 million if you can beat me. He has no chance. Okay, no chance. He didn't. But they talk a good game. It's all talk. It's good. It's all. Pilots come to the White House. I used to be a pilot. My uncle was eaten by cannibals, right? Even though the stories say, no, he went down in a crash. But my uncle, if the truck drivers come in, I used to drive a truck. It was a very big truck. These people, I'm telling you, they are so bad.
Dude, I think Trump is probably the saddest person alive that Biden dropped out of the race.
Yeah.
I think he's the saddest out of anyone because
he was ready for that.
Well, and he really likes talking shit about him. Like, he really likes calling him an asshole and old and stupid and a shitty golfer and all that. He doesn't want to lose that. He hasn't really.
And he's well aware the first thing we're going to hear when he starts criticizing Kamala Harris is he's sexist and he's racist.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't think that's going to bother him.
No, I don't think it's going to bother him. But I mean, that's why he's not in a rush to do it when he can still get a few good licks on Joe.
Few good golf digs in,
Yeah.
So bad. They're just evil people. But more importantly, they're destroying our nation. Nobody respects them. Everybody laughs at them. We're like a bunch of fools. We have a man that can't put 2 sentences together, and now we're replacing him with worse than he is.
Oh, so there we go. All right, he got to Kamala.
Never mind.
He got to her at the end. He just had to do 3.5 minutes on golf first.
We're getting to a person that's worse than she is. She doesn't even play from the ladies' tee.
She's not a good golfer at all. I don't think, matter of fact, I don't think she golfs. She doesn't golf at all from what I've heard. No golfing. No golfing from Kamala. He's going to base this whole thing on everyone's golf game from now on.
Yep.
I don't support Bibi Netanyahu as the leader of Israel. The man can't putt. And you can't trust a man who can't putt. It's a terrible thing. Dead Game says, Kamala gonna holler sexist, racist, misogynist. Probably.
Yeah.
See if it works, right? Run it up the flagpole.
She already, they already claimed it's racist to mispronounce her name. Like, they've already started.
Yeah, if you call her Kamala,
Or
you're a racist.
Instead of Kamala.
Right. That's racism. Well, get a name that's easy to pronounce.
Kamala. Is that it? Is her name Kamala?
See, now that's indifferent. I think you're fine if you do that. I think that's an honest mistake. But Kamala, if you call her Kamala the Ugandan giant, I think they definitely kind of picked that out as maybe a little big.
I don't know why she doesn't celebrate her wrestling record more.
Right? I thought so too. Gray Duckling with $21 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. Gray Duckling is going to be getting $50 to Stonies because of that $20. Thank you very much, buddy. And it puts us right at $200 for today's goal. So $200 at 8 o'clock. Thank you very much, guys. We are right on track to knock this out today. Everybody who throws us $20 on today's show is getting $50 to Stonies. Either send us a message, or if you've had prizes sent to your own before, we already have your information. We can send it out to you. Or let us know if you want to claim them at the anniversary show. It's your call. But every $20 submission today is getting $50 to Stonies.
Go potty quick.
Again.
You did.
All right. Gotcha. All right. $200 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. If you want to continue to contribute, we do appreciate it a ton. You guys are, like I said, right on track for today. Keep it up. Donald Trump is, he did end up, it wasn't the only appearance he made this week. The Trump rally here in St. Cloud, Minnesota. He was also busy on social media, letting us know that if you're a Jew, oh yeah, get ready. If you're a Jew and you support Kamala Harris, you need to have your head examined. Now, I was just thinking he would have been fine if he would have just left out the "and you support Kamala Harris" part. I'm kidding. Terrible joke. Guys, disgusting. In fact, I'm not going to tolerate that kind of talk on this program. This is the Truth Social post he made. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel had a terrible and insulting meeting in D.C. with Kamala Harris, who also refused to preside over Congress during his speech, which is an obligation of the vice president. Rarely has such a thing happened. Her ineptness will greatly prolong the war and delay the hostage release. The same people that embarrassed us in Afghanistan, I have hiccups now, in Afghanistan with their gross incompetence, are the ones who are telling Israel not to fight any longer with Hamas. Forget October 7th, they say. Any Jewish person that votes for Kamala or a Democrat should immediately have their head examined. Likewise, Catholics who are being persecuted by this administration should not be voting for radical left Kamala. Vote Trump 2024. Make America great again. So if you're Jewish or you're Catholic and you vote for Kamala Harris, you're a fucking weirdo. You don't understand what she's doing to the Catholics. You don't understand what, she's doing to the Jews. You're just off your fucking rocker if you vote for Kamala, or if you vote for Kamala Harris and you're Jewish or Catholic. I'm guessing the Catholic thing is abortion. And I agree with that. I'm kind of getting tired of a lot of different types of Christians lately. And I'm not talking about, you remember that stream Nick did where he tried to make the Bible fit his polycule and fit his behaviors. It was fucking embarrassing. But just people in general, I watch people who are they're like, I'm Christian, I go to church. And they're like, and we have an LGBTQ pastor. And I'm like, look, man, you can be pro LGBTQ. That's great. But I don't think you can shove that, no pun intended, into Christianity. They're very clear about the gay thing. The best you can probably do with the gay thing when it comes to Christianity is hate the sin, not the sinner. That's about the best you can do. But all of these Unitarian places and these non-denominational places and the ELCA and all that are like, oh no, gays are totally welcome in the kingdom of heaven in our church. And I just always look around nervously going, so have you guys read your book, or are you just kind of going on what makes you feel good and then just calling it Christian? Because it feels like there's a lot of Christians out there who are uncomfortable with what their religion teaches about gays. And I'm like, well, then maybe your religion isn't for you. And they're like, no. And this is the height of arrogance. They're like, no, I'll just bend my religion to fit what makes me comfortable. Well, then it's not religion. Like, there's no God then. There's no heaven. There's no hell. There's nothing. If God gives you clear instructions, or God tells you how to live your life, or God tells you what he's okay and not okay with, and you just get to pick and choose which ones are quote unquote real to you, well, then fuck the religion thing. Fuck the God thing. Just start your own list of ideas and live by that. But if you're going to be Christian, you know, I feel like you got to be against abortion. If you're Catholic, especially. If you're Catholic, you got to be against abortion. The gay thing is kind of a no-no. And a lot of other shit. You know? So, like, when Trump says a Catholic who votes for Kamala Harris should have their head examined, what Trump doesn't understand is there's a lot of Catholics out there, and this is going to be weird for some people to grasp, that are pro-choice, that are okay with abortion, which, again, is fine, but it's weird that you call yourself a Catholic. Because that's, not only do they not agree with you, that's like a non-negotiable sticking point, the abortion deal. Or, you know, like, Jewish people in Israel is a little different, because I feel like there's a little bit more debate on that one between Jewish people. And that's not like an edict of their faith that they have to go wipe out the Palestinians. But the Catholic abortion thing, you can't have Catholic without pro-life, I don't think. Rachel says, you bet your ass this Catholic won't vote for that bitch. All right, there's one. Redman says, if you vote for Kamala, you probably married a whore. Your mother's a whore. Bigot on Socialist Media says, you have to tell KFs to repent. You can't encourage them. Bird Collector says, Aaron, does the Stoney's gift card have an expiration date? No, there are no expiration dates on these. You throw in $20 today, we send you $50 to Stoney's. Use it whenever you want. Sam Show says, gay F are entirely wrapped up in what they want to fuck. Definitely need to be told to knock that shit off. Well, what's weird to me about the whole, you know, being obsessed with gay thing or this and that is like, gay is not how you live your life. Gay is not, you know, like your whole identity. And to make it your whole identity is fucked up, because gay isn't even about who you can love. Gay is just about what you fuck. I'm sorry, but it is. Like, I think Patrice O'Neill laid this out perfectly. He says it's not about love, because you can love a man. You can be a man and look upon another man with reverence, and you can say, I love you. It's not gay until you fuck each other. You know, bestiality is not loving your dog. Bestiality is fucking your dog. It's what you fuck that makes you guilty of bestiality. Gay, same thing. So when we're celebrating, like, hey, gay, we got to celebrate gay. Why? I don't think we need to celebrate or denounce it. It's people butt fucking each other.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything more not my business than what butthole you're shoving your wiener into.
It's what I've never understood about the LGBT. It's a lifestyle. Like, no, it's a sexual preference.
Right.
That's like saying being straight's a lifestyle. No.
Nope. It's just where I put my dick.
Nope. It's just what I do when I meet a lady who's willing and I don't fuck it up. That's what I do.
Jess Wig says God gave 10 commandments and gay wasn't in it, so glass houses shouldn't throw stones and just do the clear 10 instructions. Ooh, I don't know. There's the 10 big ones, but like all the other stuff that they, you know, demand you do in the book, I think they kind of take that seriously too.
Well, I mean, Red Lobster is failing. So maybe people are rejecting shellfish.
Maybe it's the seafood and the shellfish. That could be it. But yeah, while you were gone, Trump tweeted or truthed on Truth Social that if you're Jewish, you need your head examined if you're voting for Kamala Harris. To which I would say just the first part of that is fine.
It's really hard to get through that hat, though.
Jesswig says, I'm a hypocrite. I can't keep the 10 commandments. Love thy neighbors. Those bitches drive me crazy. I just want to stay in my house and away from crazy. Understandable. If your life is all about your race, your religion, sexual preference, you haven't got much of a life, says Bagua. I would agree with that.
That's not a bad take.
I would agree. Jesswig says they really are celebrating what hole they like. Yeah. I mean, you...
And then they get offended when you tell them that it's all about sex and everything else. And then when they have these pride parades in some places, they get so audacious as to have, S&M shit out on the street and dudes just flat out naked with their dicks out. And all of us going, this is a lifestyle? Like, just being gross and nude in public is a lifestyle? That's... As far as I know, most of us considered that degeneracy. Like,
right.
Could we stop, please?
Cheetos, by the way, saying even the ones that say they expire don't expire when it comes to the gift cards. Okay, thank you, Cheetos. But yeah, I mean, just the celebrating, this is what I like to fuck. It just, I think somebody said it in the chat, it just seems like such a hollow existence. More than anything else. But
it's like you're trying to fill a void. Like your whole life.
Being religious and being gay, though, like being a Christian and being gay has always been weird to me because I'm like, pretty sure that religion is pretty solid on, how it feels about that.
That's the weird part with all of these LGBT churches and stuff is like they're springing up and we're getting pastors who are LGBT or women pastors, and they're putting out these ideas where I'm like, I'm pretty sure you didn't read the book because it says the opposite. Like, oh no, Jesus would be in favor of abortion. No, I don't believe he would. If you read the book, I don't believe Jesus would be in favor of abortion.
Elza Belza says the end of society is when we accept swinging as normal. Hey, wait a minute. Well, we all can make good for our mistakes eventually, sometimes if we feel like it. $200 is today's goal. If you throw $20 at us today, you get $50 to Stoney's. But if you just want to throw us a few bucks, that sounds good. You guys are doing all right. Let's keep her going. 200 away from overtime today and extending the streak to 14 shows. Johnny, again, between cigars and beer and this weekend, I'm full up. I've got to run to the bathroom again. I swear to God.
Sweet Jesus, man.
I am not doing drugs. I am not running away to go do a bunch of lines or anything like that. I'm emptying from the weekend. What can I tell you? Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks while I'm gone. We'll knock that down. Talk to Johnny a little bit. And can you... Now, you probably can't talk about the Rusty Grammar thing at all without giving it away.
No.
But Rusty, you need to get it. You need to email me. You need to get in touch with me.
Rusty, you sent me a message on Rumble, and you said, don't read this. And I deleted that message.
Oh, okay.
You said you were doing a thing.
Dennis Moore says, people don't read the Bible. They let idiot influencers tell them. Redman says,
dude,
Aaron,
there is
just
like
say
an
no.
official
Sam Show says, what an
influencer.
awfully strange thing to say. Landers says, Aaron's going to beat his slaves. I am not engaging in human trafficking for the last time.
I certainly have never seen any.
Thank you. Now I'm going to
also
go
not
and
there.
you're going to keep to that. And I'm going to
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I'm going to keep to that. I've never seen any human trafficking going on when I've been there. I mean, I've been remoting for how long now? It's been like at least a month. So I can say considerably within the last month, it would be when it started. If there's human trafficking going on, it started within the last month. How long does it take to set up human trafficking? Because I don't know. I'm not Diddy. So I don't know how long it takes to set up. If he could get it set up in a month, then it's entirely possible. But yeah, have not been by. Mikey Dabbles says, Johnny, how's that girl you fucked up with doing? She's pretty pissed at me. Apparently she just kind of liked me and met me through my show. And apparently I'm a horrible asshole. So I fucked all that up. I don't think she watches anymore. I don't know. I haven't received any text messages or calls. So I think that's over.
Elza Belza writes, whoa, this feels like 5-minute April March off during February.
A little bit. I mean, you went to the bathroom a little bit ago, and then I decided that I kind of felt like I had to. So I was like, I'll do this now so I don't have to interrupt the show. And I went and I refilled my water bottle. And then
I did.
As soon as I got back, you're off to potty again.
I needed a boost this morning, so I did go Diet Mountain Dew, and I drank a whole tumbler of water. So I overloaded.
You loaded up.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to hear Celsius.
No, I have not had a Celsius on this show in a long time. However, I did break down and have one this weekend. Saturday, I knew I was going to have the grad party and Firefest. I knew it was going to be a long day. So when I dropped the kids off, I did get a Celsius. I'm sorry.
You relapsed.
I'm sorry.
Turn in your chip now.
Cheeto's letting us know, for the ones that need a ride from hotels, just call the bar when they want to be picked up. There is going to be a shuttle at Stoney's.
Dude, then maybe I should just get a hotel room and just get fucking wasted at Stoney's and have them drop me off.
Look, if you guys need a shuttle, Stoney's has it. Just if you're at a hotel for the anniversary show, call Stoney's, ask for a ride. They'll come out and get you. Just make sure you tip your driver. That's all. Just tip the guy. And people were asking for it. Cheeto's got it for you. Someone made that comment about the April 5-minute April March off during February. That I think about that every once in a while I'm doing the show. And
about marching off and doing a line? Yeah, I don't.
If she was like,
pick me up.
I was very clear with my instructions to everyone that stuff does not get into this house. This stuff does not come into my home. I don't want it here. That first time Nick was in my kitchen and he just poured out a line for himself out of a vial and just did it off my kitchen counter. I'm like, don't ever fucking bring that in here again. I got 3 fucking kids. Absolutely not. And I don't think he understood my frustration because he just has it around 5 fucking kids or in the same house as 5 fucking kids. And I'm like, no, that's not. And that was kind of my attitude towards the whole thing was I'm not going to tell someone what they can do with their own children and their own house. You know, it's not mine. I'm not going to instruct anyone on what to do. I didn't feel it was my place. But at my house, it was like, no, you're not fucking bringing it here. So I often think about that, and I'm like, April was running off a lot during those shows, and I have a hard time believing she wasn't running off and doing cocaine. Does that sound like a reasonable assumption?
Yeah.
Because she would come back, and she would be all like handsy and touchy, and her eyes were going all over the place and everything else. But I was like, I told them not in my fucking house. So oh, wait a minute. She did have that vial on top of her cards, right?
Yeah.
When she got arrested. I bet you Nick did give her a vial to keep in her purse.
I don't know.
It's
plausible.
The idea of like the amount of lies that were told that I didn't even kind of put together until recently is fucking astonishing.
I can't believe it. Like fucking drug addicts lying.
And they just kept lying and just kept lying and just kept lying. And then after the show, you confront them about it and you just get fucking decimated verbally. I mean, you get called every name in the book. And then they'll call you every name in the book, tell you that you're fucking crazy, and then they'll start crying. And you're like, it's a mind fuck. You're sitting here going, I'm pretty sure you were doing cocaine during our fucking show and I'm against it and I don't want you fucking doing that. Stop it. Don't. And by the end of it, it's like someone shot somebody and then as the cops got there, they threw you the gun and you went, wait, what the fuck is it? Hey, wait a minute. It's fucking crazy, dude. New guy says it's from living with you. Yeah, every addict has a cope. Every addict has their quote unquote reason why. And I've got bad news for you. It's usually always bullshit. Addicts hurt people.
Because you want to do it.
Lie. Yeah, you want to do it, but you don't want to take responsibility for the way people feel about that kind of thing. And look, some people are easier to trick than others. We know that. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $5 says, wait, Johnny, she met you through your show. That always ends great. Last time I heard of someone turned to coke and swinging.
She wasn't a show fan. She just came across it. She never interacted with the chat. She got a hold of me.
Yeah.
When I started saying ways the audience members could get a hold of me, she got a hold of me, and we started talking.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Oh, well.
You live, you learn.
Yeah.
I don't think you did anything wrong when it came to Nick's kids or his household, said Elza Belza. That's his responsibility. Fuck him. I can only go for my house. I can't tell other people what to do in theirs. Honky says 2-month-long sinus infection. Yeah, and like he's sounding nasally again. He's sounding plugged up again. And it's just like, fucking hell, guys. Jesus. I mean, what does it take? What does it take? Thank you, Trucker 18 Wheeler, for the $5. 195 away from today's goal. There you go, guys. You're in the ones. Let's keep her going. Again, anybody who throws in $20 to today's show gets $50 to our buddies at Stoney's in Rockville. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. Johnny, this was one of my favorite stories from last week, and we never got to it. Mattel is unveiling a new blind Barbie, a black Barbie, I thought we already had those, and a Down syndrome Barbie.
No, a black Barbie with Down syndrome.
Oh, a black Barbie with Down syndrome. Oh, you're right. Okay. So we've got a blind Barbie and a black...
For fuck's sake.
Down syndrome. But here's what I don't understand. They've got a blind Barbie. As opposed to what? The ones that have vision? It's a fucking doll. Like, it's not blind Barbie. It's just eyes closed Barbie. Or
No, she just comes with a pair of sunglasses that she can't do.
Right. Or like, hopefully not like googly, creepy-eyed Barbie. But then black Barbie with Down syndrome, first of all, I don't think this is one where black people want representation. You know, if they're like, we need more black Barbies, and it's almost like Mattel got pissed off at black people for having the gall to ask. And they were like, all right, fine, we'll give you a black Barbie. She's got Down syndrome. And it's, if you break that down even, it's offensive because you're like, wait a minute. You understand that like a Barbie can't have Down syndrome because it can't act and it can't go and do things and stuff like that. So all you're doing is taking what you consider to be the Down syndrome look and trying to paint it on a Barbie's face. That's kind of fucked up if you think about it.
Unless you make a misshapen face.
But that's what I mean. Like, you have to be really insulting and stereotypical to Down syndrome people in order to make a Down syndrome Barbie. And if it doesn't have those facial features, then it's not a Down syndrome Barbie. You're just putting that on the box. It doesn't, I mean, it's really fucked up. So like a blind...
They're begging for handicap points. It's weird.
Right.
I really feel, is there a vastly underrepresented group of little girls with Down syndrome, or I guess boys nowadays, kids with Down syndrome who don't have a Barbie that they feel represents them? I mean, like, no offense, but when you give a tart a Barbie, does it matter if the Barbie's tarted or not? It's going to be tarted Barbie. Like, he's just, Barbie, I like it. Like, it doesn't matter whether the Barbie's blind or not. You could pretend Barbie can't see and is tripping over everything. Again, it's...
Dennis Moore says, you mean a Kamala Harris Barbie? That's not what I said. It's not what I said. But like, by the way, what did you call them? Tard Barbie?
Tarted Barbies.
Tarted Barbies, by the way, I forgot to tell people this. On the acoustic stage at Stoney's Garage during the anniversary show, Tarted Barbies will be playing. So we do have our act for out on the patio. And it will be Tarted Barbie. I just really can't get over the fact that they're going to make a Down syndrome Barbie, and there's no way you can make one of those without being incredibly insulting. Hold on.
Call from
John Mattel.
Oh, no. Now we're in trouble. John Mattel, I believe, from the Mattel Corporation is calling. Yes, Mr. Mattel?
Yeah, this is John Mattel, and I just want to clear up some things that you guys are really butchering on your show.
Okay.
People think that we are trying to be more inclusive. That couldn't be farther from the truth. We are making things for people to mock properly. The black Down syndrome Barbie also comes with a tree and a noose. The Mexican Barbie comes with cleaning supplies. We are trying to be more realistic, if anything.
John, it sounds kind of like you guys are trying to be a little racist, actually.
Yeah, that sounds a little racist.
Sounds racist, John.
Well, before you get your panties in a bunch and call us racist, we also have another white Barbie that's quite fat. We call it the M-Hulk. We are trying to be just realistic. That's all.
That's actually that.
Not racist.
Yeah, that's not racist at all, John. That just really hurts my feelings.
I didn't say Aaron M-Hulk. It could have been someone else.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for at least maintaining a little mystery in the whole thing.
Oh, no, it was you, Fatso. Bye.
All right, bye, John. All right, John Mattel on the phone from the Mattel Corporation. So they're not, okay, that's interesting. They're not trying to be more inclusive. They're just trying to get people to make fun of people. That sounds evil. So don't worry. Mattel isn't trying to be woke. They're trying to be sociopathic. Somehow better, I believe. Boys and girls, we are 195 away from today. Let's go ahead. Let's come on. Let's get her under 100 by 9 o'clock. Let's go on a little rally here and get under a hundo. We're doing okay for a Monday morning, but let's go on a little rally and stay ahead of the chains, if you will. 195 is today's number. $20 contributions get $50 to Stoney's. We got a pile of them right here. If you want $50 to Stoney's, it's the thank you we're giving for contributing $20 to this program. So would you like to see the Barbies?
Yeah, let's see these Barbies.
All right. In a partnership with the American Foundation for the Blind, the newest doll will include accessories like a white and red cane with an identifiable marshmallow tip, sunglasses. Oh my God, they really do have the sunglasses. That was your joke, but they are doing that.
They really do have the sunglasses.
Textured and vibrant fabric colors, and there will be Braille writing on the packaging to help blind and low vision individuals open the box more easily, according to Barbie. The doll was designed with an eye gaze facing slightly up and out to accurately reflect the sometimes distinct eye gaze of a blind individual. What the fuck, dude?
You know who's really, really going to appreciate this? The blind girl. She finally has a Barbie that represents her. Look, Mom, even her eyes look like mine.
No, the blind girl is not going to appreciate the blind Barbie. Do you know why?
Why not? Why?
Because she can't fucking see it. You're making...
How's that going to be a problem?
You're making a visual doll for someone with no eyesight, you cruel bastards.
And they made her cross-eyed.
And they made her googly-eyed. At least if the blind people can't see them, make them really pretty and good-looking and just say, oh, yeah, they just can't see. Instead, you make them all fucking googly-eyed. You give them, Ray Charles sunglasses. Do you have a push button in the back that just sings Hit the Road, Jack, while you're at it, you fucking monsters? She's got a walking cane. What's next? A seeing eye dog? Again, the blind people you're trying to appeal to can't see the fucker. Plus, hottest blind chick I've ever seen. Am I right?
Yeah, dude. Normally they're fatter.
I mean, usually they don't make them like that anymore. That's all. Now I'm shuddering to think of what the black Down syndrome Barbie's going to look like. You hit a pull string in the back of that one. It goes, where'd you get that chi, Danny?
I made it in...
I'm not making them at night. I've been making them at night.
All right.
Next, the black Barbie with Down syndrome. Oh, God, don't. Oh, God, don't. Because the Down syndrome ones can see this. Let's see. Just as it was counseled back in 2023 with the introduction of its first ever Down syndrome doll, Barbie once again consulted with the National Down Syndrome Society to create its newest edition. The newest doll will come with a braided hair texture, pink eyeglasses, and clothes with meaningful symbols to represent Down syndrome awareness. Oh, so they didn't have the fucking balls to go for it on this one. No.
No. She's not Downsy enough.
Nope, that's not a Down syndrome kid. Although
the jaws too perfectly aligned. One of the eyes should be at least a little bugged out, if not both of them.
What the fuck did they do to her eyes, though? It looks like they put her on a 45-degree tilt.
She doesn't look like she's drooling enough or recently. She's not like, no offense, most Down syndrome people don't have a figure. Like they're just kind of one general cylindrical shape. They're not round. They're not fat. They're just not skinny. It's just like if you squeezed a person out of a cookie tube. Like,
well, you have MS. You feel like you can say just about anything about fucking anybody, don't you?
Well, I mean, are you telling me I can't?
If that was a real Down syndrome person, people would take them from. Yeah, I was just gonna say, people would take that home from a bar and fuck it.
Yeah, dude.
That would be like a trans person not telling you they have a dick. Like if you have sex with that girl and then she says later, "I have
nowhere near the same." Because let's be clear about something. Like she says she has Down syndrome, but she's still hot. Like if she could just keep her mouth shut while we're going at it, we'll be fine.
No, I'm against you.
Plus,
I line up against you on the battlefield.
What if she orgasms normal? What if that's the moment that she's straight faced?
No, I'm
what
not.
if you get to give her that moment of clarity that she rarely gets?
No butt.
Well, not in the butt.
Not yet. No, not yes and.
Why do you always gravitate towards the ass?
Not yet. No, not yes and. No butt. No butt.
Yeah, I've been no butt for a while.
No sex with the no sex with the Down syndrome Barbie, and no sex with a Down syndrome person. Stop it. We're not having Johnny.
I'm not.
We're not having sex with anyone with Down syndrome.
I mean, I'm not, but apparently, I'm just saying. Like, I wouldn't be against it. Like, what if it fixes her?
No, and this Barbie, this is so not a Down syndrome Barbie.
Agreed, because I actually find it attractive. Like Down syndrome people as a whole have a well, I hope they find another one of theirs, kind of thing.
You know how I know that it's a black Barbie though?
How is that?
Because I don't find it attractive.
Hey, I have a question. If two people with Down syndrome hook up, is that technically a double down?
I'm not doing this. I don't want to sit here and engage your.
It's a very, very relevant question.
I can't believe you would say something like that on this family program about a Down syndrome Barbie on a day where the Down syndrome community is being honored. You choose to defile them.
I mean, are they being honored? I feel like they're being vastly misrepresented.
I know that the blind one is a waste of fucking time.
Oh, the blind one is hilarious. The blind one's the one I love the most.
It's like, oh yeah, we did look. Hey, look, we did all this detail for you, and they're like, I can't fucking see, right?
It's like the line in Daredevil when he picks up Ben Affleck's cane. He goes, "Hey, cool color." Ben Affleck goes, "Yeah, I wouldn't know."
They're just saying, laughing my ass off, Johnny. No. King of All Yetis says, are they saying all black people are downsy? She looks like any normal black bitch to me. I mean, we could have said something other than black bitch, but your point is made.
I mean, there's truth there.
Elza Belza says the Barbie Imholt comes with divorce papers and bad handwriting. Dennis Moore says do they have a Lizzo Barbie and Ken with a harpoon? Yeah, that's the Queequeg Barbie. That's what they do. Bigot on Socialist Media says, when do they go on sale? None of your business. I don't know why you're asking.
He's going to buy 6 of them.
Rupert with $4.99 says they made a Palestinian doll. It's just arms and legs in a box.
Oh.
The Grand Poobah with $5 says, shame on me, but I expected the Down syndrome Barbie to be a Mrs. Potato Head. Thank you. Grand Poobah. We are 190 away from taking out today's goal and doing 30 minutes of overtime. So if you'd like to contribute to our program, we really would appreciate it. Everybody who throws in $20 or more today is getting $50 to Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Again, Stoney's, awesome, great place. Doing the anniversary show there in less than 2 weeks. Tickets will probably be gone by this weekend. So make sure you get your tickets this week. There's only 10 left. There are 10 tickets left to the Steel Toe anniversary show. You'll have to go on eventbrite.com and go to the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party to get those. The party starts at 3 with the cornhole tournament, goes all day and all night. We'll have the reunion show / comedy show / variety show. We'll have the karaoke afterwards. You're going to have a great time. That's at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. They've also got bike night this Thursday at Stoney's, so be sure to check them out. The patio is great, too. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland with a great selection of firearms, ammunition, tactical gear, optics, knives, parts, you name it. They've got it at Midland Armory. Plus, Derek and Tracy are incredibly knowledgeable at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. So go to midlandarmory.com, ask whatever questions you need, or order whatever you need at midlandarmory.com, or go to Midland Armory in downtown Foley. And, of course, also All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care have the trucks and wreckers big enough to take on heavy-duty equipment and small enough to handle things like motorcycles. Use All Care when you go in the ditch, when you get in an accident, or your vehicle just won't go. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says, is Aaron saying no dicking down blacks?
Yeah, why would you?
That's not what I said. Well, Johnny's saying, why would you dick down blacks, apparently, is what he's saying.
No, I'm saying, why would you say don't dick down blacks?
I didn't say that. I just said that you shouldn't have sex with the Down syndrome.
No, you were implying that the lady's appearance wasn't attractive. You weren't attracted to her appearance because she was black. Because, again, I was saying she looked like a normal... it was when they were saying she looked like a normal black person. You're like, and that's why I'm not attracted to it. And so, again, I feel like they are right. You're apparently saying.
I just find it funny that they gave the blind one a bunch of blind characteristics that the blind kid will never see.
Again, how many blind kids are going to hear this news and be pissed because their mom already told them that they had bought them the blind Barbie doll?
Dead Game writes, I'm shoveling horseshit. What did I miss? And then Elza Belza writes, are you at Chrissy's place, Dead Game? You guys are fucking ruthless. We haven't been talking about that for hours. And here you go. SC Motorsport says, will you be giving out Baldos at the anniversary show? No, that would be humiliating. Dennis Moore says, imagine the creative brainstorming meeting that came up with that idea. It's probably somebody going, let's make a black Down syndrome Barbie. And everyone got really quiet and uncomfortable, and everyone wanted to say, no, that's a terrible idea. But they didn't want to look racist or anti-Down syndrome, so they just passed it through by default.
But then how did the blind one get through?
Nobody saw it
How
coming.
did nobody see the obvious stupidity of all of the work we've put into the blind Barbie doll?
Well, when you're trying to be really woke and you're trying to be, that way, you don't really think about things. You just kind of do them because you think you'll get some kudos and attaboys out of it. Approachable says, the new Imholt doll, black and Asian accessories sold separately. I don't know why you would have black and Asian accessories with me. I don't traffic Asian women. Atomic Ray says, Shaka feels he was auctioned off too soon. Thank you, buddy. Oh, my... Look at this shit. Somebody sent this in from Target. Kids Barbie Halloween adaptive wheelchair cover. So if you're in a wheelchair and you want to go out on Halloween as Barbie, you can put a Barbie cover over your wheelchair for $35. It's just weird. It's like, it's so strange.
It's like when... and if you have a kid who's a boy in a wheelchair, you can just shave his head and tell everyone that he's Professor Xavier.
Jesus. Lander says Aaron's Barbie comes with chains and a bill of sale for 12 young Asian ladyboy slaves. This is a rumor that needs to die. It needs to die a horrible death. By the way, 185 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. If you throw $20 at us today, you get $50 to Stoney's. The links are in the chat. Let's go ahead and knock that down further. We're almost at 9 o'clock and we're a ways away. Let's do it. Honky says the Keanu Barbie is a ping pong racket. Gino's balls sold separately. That's just, I mean, so much hostility and meanness and bullying going on right now. I can't believe it.
Where's the love?
We've apparently Mattel getting all the love today for their virtue signaling on Black Barbie.
I'm still loving Blind Barbie. Black Barbie's funny, but Blind Barbie's the best.
Isn't it fucking weird? Like it's a goddamn blind Barbie.
Yeah. Why'd you have to give her googly eyes? She
seems a bit.
The only
much.
people who can see the googly eyes are the people who aren't blind. Is this for non-blind people to kind of acclimate to it? Like, here, you need to learn there's diversity in the world, sweetie. Now one of your Barbies has a handicap. Now remember, she can't just take the stairs or drive the car like the other Barbies. She's blind.
By the way, each of those Barbies are $10.99. Not a bad deal for your new blind Barbie. Elza Belza says, LOL, Gino's balls sold separately. Didn't think he had any. I know that he doesn't want all this drama and this horse shit. I know that he hates it. But when you gotta, I know better than anyone else. When you have a younger one, you do a lot of fucking shit you don't want to keep them happy. And it might fuck you up, but you do it. You do it because you love them. And then when you do all this shit for them, they claim you don't love them when you want one thing that you don't want. It's fucking wild, man. It's just find somebody your maturity level is what I'd say. Somebody writing in the text line, Downsy Barbie needs a bigger forehead.
Yeah.
You guys are watching this too close.
She needs a bigger forehead, and she needs to have either a large underbite or overbite, but one of the two. Slight jaw misalignment.
I feel like all of you guys missed your calling. Like you wanted to be in on the design.
Yeah.
Of the Barbie.
That's the biggest problem with and that's why I don't get behind Down syndrome Barbie. She doesn't have a waterhead. Like we gotta step this up a notch. How hard could it be? I mean, how many times has the machine gone defective and inadvertently made a Down syndrome Barbie? You should have just been saving all of those until you had enough to ship.
Jesus. I'm looking at the polls today. Trump is
you are.
Stop it. Trump is ahead by 2 points over Harris in the national poll. There was a poll that came out this weekend that in Minnesota had Harris up 10 points on Trump.
Yeah, that's where some people were saying Harris is up on Trump. I don't know how.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, they're even. Maine, Harris by 9. That makes sense. Washington, Harris by 14. That makes sense. New Hampshire, Harris by 6. That seems a little iffy. Michigan, Trump by 3, and Georgia, Trump by 4. So Trump's still winning a lot of those swing states. I think this is as good as it gets for Kamala, by the way.
Oh, you think it's downhill from here?
Yeah, because she's going to have to talk and shit.
And I found out something interesting. If you want to see, horrible shit about Kamala Harris, like hate things, or just watch some of the other campaign ads and things people have said to her when she ran for other offices and stuff. Tulsi Gabbard actually nailed her with a particularly horrible thing in a debate at one point. So it's just like, we can pull all that up, or we can hide that, and she can just run on her record that she has as VP.
Tulsi Gabbard fucking crucified Kamala Harris back in 16. No, 20. Wasn't it?
20? I don't know.
I think it was 20. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, just wondering, not looking to buy, but if someone was perhaps wanting to purchase a ladyboy, how much would they have to pay in theory? I don't know. I don't deal in that kind of thing. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, wait, I'm confused. Which one is tarted, the blind one or the black one? The black
They're both tarted.
No, the black one. Thank you, guys. $175
Next, they're making deaf Barbie. She can't hear. And whenever she talks to people, do you have to talk like that because they have a real problem with the hearing?
Oh man, I'm just a lot of text coming in and whatnot. 175, and by the way, the voice, was that the blind Barbie or was that the Down syndrome Barbie?
That's the deaf Barbie.
Oh, okay. I thought you said blind. Okay, that's the deaf Barbie. 175 away, you guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Of course, anybody who throws in $20 is going to get $50 to Stoney's. So go ahead. We'll reward your generosity today. We got about an hour left before we start rattling the cans. So let's get that thing down there a little bit and call her another win for the toe. Elon Musk thinks that Kamala Harris wants everyone on Earth dead. It's not hyperbole. He feels that she wants. Now, I've heard people come out and say that, like, George Soros and all those types of people, Klaus Schwab, they want like a third of the population wiped out. Or Bill Gates wants, 40% of the population wiped out, like a Thanos kind of thing, so that, we can have
humanity as a whole can survive. Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of thing. Elon Musk thinks that Kamala Harris wants everyone to die. Now, I don't know how that's going to work, the whole everyone dying thing. Because, like, you got to go too.
Yeah. And so what, like, you and your groupies get to stick around? I mean, you're going to need, like, some sort of labor force to continue, growing food and stuff. And
yeah.
Or are you guys going to all hunter-gather yourself? Maybe Kamala's going back to her roots.
Paul with $1.99 over on PayPal. He says, a good ladyboy will run you about $5K, but you have to marry them to get by ICE. I see, you guys are throwing these things out there. I have no idea if any of this is true. Thank you, Paul. 175 away. Thank you guys for your contributions to the program.
He's just writing that down for future reference for his rules.
Keep them coming. Let's knock this out. Honky says Deaf Ken is called Will, not Hearin'. Not Hearin'. Thank you. Well, see, none of these. I have to dispel these rumors. Aaron turned Minnesota into a swing state. God damn it. Lander says Aaron is busy on Sundays taking bubble baths with his cute little lady boy slaves.
I mean, we've never seen Slime Piece.
I don't have lady boy slaves. Elon Musk jumped to the defense of J.D. Vance on Sunday, claiming Vice President Kamala Harris wants the human race to meet extinction, while siding with the embattled Republican vice presidential nominee. It's one thing to be incompetent and cause the extinction of humanity. It's another thing to want it. Vance has been...
I didn't mean to, guys. I'm sorry.
Vance
killed us all.
Vance has been dogged all week after comments he made to Tucker Carlson in 2021 resurfaced and went viral. During the interview, Vance said, "We are effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too." I mean, tell him when he's telling lies.
I'm not saying he has the right point, but I will say he's describing the mood of the room enough where I can believe him.
Right? How does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it? That's interesting. If you don't have any children, I feel like your approach to things is a lot more like self-serving and immediate versus like trying to plan for the future. So that is an interesting take.
I always find it funny when people criticize me about like, you don't know how to deal with serious stuff. And I'm like, yes, multiple sclerosis, child, all of these things. I have no idea how to deal with serious stuff. I don't understand what and a lot of the times the people that have those things don't have any of those situations. Like, I feel like you don't know how to deal. If you don't have a kid that you actively try to care for or make sure is taken care of, I feel like you don't understand some serious stuff, like a term of like an outlook of longevity. I have an actual care about the world after I'm not here
Yeah.
Because there's someone I care about that will be in it.
Right. I mean, that makes sense. Whereas people without children, why do they give a fuck what happens when they're gone?
I mean, they can say they do all day, but at the end of the day, you literally have no skin in the game. Yours is gone, and you are dead.
Vance has not apologized for the comments, but did state this week that he held no grudge against cats or people who wish to have children but are unable to. They always go to that one. They always like, oh, cat ladies? Oh, so you're talking about women who can't have kids? And it's like, no, of course he's not talking about them. You know what he means by cat ladies. Like everyone, because everybody wants to be a victim, everyone purposely misunderstands shit that other people say. You know, they'll go like, oh, these fucking cat ladies with no kids. But we can visualize. We know what kind of person he's talking about. But then people are like, oh, so you're talking about people who had cervical cancer and infections and lost their ability to have a child? That's such a stupid thing to say. It's almost like your response should be, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly who I'm fucking talking about. I mean, it's just, it's willful. It's willful playing ignorance. It's willful dishonesty. I mean, especially when you know the guy's kind of making a joke, like he's using cat lady as just kind of a way to shit on certain types of people that he disagrees with.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think it was Jennifer Aniston who came out against Vance's comment or whatever because she's like, I haven't been able to have kids or whatever,
Right.
and these comments are hurtful. And it's just like, yeah, but if you have a brain, you know he's not talking about you. He's talking about people who have no desire to have children. He's talking about people who, like TikTok generation people who are like, my friends are having kids. And I'm like, you realize you can have that aborted. Why would you do that? Like,
Right.
He's talking about those people.
Yes. That's exactly who he's talking about. Yeah, Dennis Moore says it's mostly jaded women who claim they are meant to be alone but secretly don't want to be. Yeah. It didn't happen for you. By the way, thank you to Eric for $20 over on PayPal. He's getting $50 to Stoney's. Thank you, Eric. We've got that set aside for you. Let us know how you would like that, if we're bringing it to Stoney's or if you want us to send it somewhere. 155 away from today's goal. Guys, only a few more of those 20s, and we're good. Oh, there we go. Eric just sent me a thing. Perfect. Appreciate it. Okay. 155 away from today. If you continue on this route, guys, we'll be knocking this out in no time. We are getting there. Thank you so much. Elza says JD Vance is talking about Keanu. I don't think he knows Keanu. How dare you? And no, she does not want children. But I don't think she has cats. She has a Gino. That's all. As he continued to navigate the backlash, Vance shared a clip of Harris speaking that was posted by Donald Trump Jr. In the video, Harris says she had heard from scores of young people who had expressed to her that they felt climate anxiety. Could you imagine being a bigger fucking pussy, by the way? That you have climate anxiety? Like, did we run out of what happened? Like, people my age are already so riddled with like regular anxiety. I figured they had enough anxiety. I didn't know they needed to start compartmentalizing their anxiety into different groups.
Well, now we have all these people who've been hearing that the world is burning and we're all going to die for so long that they're worried that that's a thing. And you have a group of people who are like, not only is it happening, we know the cause and we know how to stop it and how to fight it. And it's the same stuff we've wanted to do since the 70s when we were dealing with global cooling. Apparently, this one miracle solution will solve every problem.
That's why instead of having like climate anxiety or, oh, I'm so worried about this, or I'm so, just assume all of these motherfuckers are lying to you and you'll sleep better at night. Because guess what? They're probably lying to you. Like Johnny said, the answer for climate change, amazingly, it's been this shit we've wanted to do for the last 50 or 60 years. It just so happened that now this problem came along.
Now the solution's perfect.
Yeah. We came up with the solution first. You know, what do they call it? A hammer in search of a nail?
Yeah.
But the nail didn't exist, so one day...
Well, the nail was global cooling up until, what was it, like the 80s, I think.
Yeah. I think
our temperature and our climate kept dropping, and there was reasons for that.
In the 70s...
And then it was the ozone scare. Then the CFCs were destroying the ozone. We were going to lose our ozone.
In the 70s, they were talking about we were heading for an ice age.
Right. Minnesotan said, have you fucking lived here? Whatever.
I'm sorry. I'm just reading very mean Keanu cat jokes. It's not, you guys are not nice. This is like the horse jokes. It's not kind. You guys are very mean. Look, Keanu's working hard. She needed a new job. I think she might be on Nick's payroll, just doing dirty work for him because he's fucked. And his, everyone with him is fucked. He's led them down the primrose path. I remember when Keanu said, oh yeah, Nick said that he kept April off of charges. And I told Keanu, I'm like, no, those charges are coming back. Aaron doesn't know what he's talking about. Bitch. Fucking again. Aaron. Another one in the I know what the fuck I'm talking about column. But hey, what do you do? Aaron must be German for catty little two-faced, no spine having retard. King of all Yetis, I can't wait to see you at the anniversary show. It's going to be wonderful. 10
I'm
tickets.
Gonna punch you in the face.
You cunt. 10 tickets left for today's show. Or for today's show. For next Saturday's show, the anniversary show. Go to Eventbrite and get your tickets. Do we have a little news update here from our friends at Truth Social? Pelosi's top security aides got warnings about potential Capitol breach the night before January 6th riot. Well, I mean, I would believe that. And I would also believe that Pelosi told them purposely not to do anything about it. That to me is already a set in stone thing. Like that, the January 6th thing was allowed to happen by the Democrats.
Not only allowed to happen by the Democrats, but as far as I'm concerned, for my personal beliefs, Ray Epps is a government actor. With how hard they've come down on everyone else involved. The sheer amount of footage of Ray Epps leading the charge. Yeah. He's there when they crashed the gates. Oh, but no, he's de-escalating. Okay, just fucking say it. Say it. We put him there to rile people up and to make this happen, and he did a good job. Right. So we rewarded him.
Yeah, he did his job. This is the Kamala clip they were talking about.
I've heard young leaders talk with me about a term they've coined called climate anxiety. Right? Which is fear of the future and the unknown.
No, it's fear of the fucking weather. You're afraid of the sun and the rain and the wind, you fucking shallow cunt. I think Johnny already made this point, but it's like all these people like Kamala Harris are doing for decades now has been scaring the shit out of young people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Scaring the shit out of them. And then when the young people go, we're scared. The Kamala Harrises of the world go, see, look, the climate change thing must be real. Look at how scared these children are. It's like you've been putting on a scary mask and going ooga booga 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 right in front of a baby's face. And then you go, oh, baby's crying. There must be something wrong.
Remember when Canada was burning last summer? Oh, the climate change. Oh, the climate change. Oh, the climate change. Turns out it was one conspiracy nut who set a bunch of fires sequentially to try and make it look like the government was doing something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it wasn't climate change. It was human interaction that made that fire happen. We keep hearing how all of this stuff is climate related. But people don't talk about like, oh, the carbon that we use because we burn fossil fuels. Yeah, when volcanoes go off, they spew way, way more carbon.
It's very interesting that you kept scaring the shit out of people about one thing for a long time. And then those people came back to you and said, we're scared shitless about this thing you've been scaring us about.
Right. I mean, that would be the same as saying like, hey, our adversary is evil and wants to destroy democracy, and if he gets into office, all of your rights will be gone. We'll all be locked away, and this guy is Hitler, and we need to stop him no matter what it takes. And then someone takes a shot at him, and you go, "Whoa! I don't know where people are getting this violence thing. We need to tone down this rhetoric. People are getting way too worked up over here,
right? About
Hitler, who needs to be stopped at all costs. I don't know where this rhetoric has come from that people are so amped about, but we got to bring it down, guys.
Yeah. Hey, you know this guy we've been telling you is a tangential threat to democracy? We can't believe someone tried to take him out. He's still, by the way, a terrible threat to democracy. We want to let you know that. King Kong Dong with $2 says, I need both your opinions on Robert Downey Jr. being Dr. Doom. I've actually got that from for Overtime today. That's part of Overtime.
Okay.
If you guys, they did a big reveal at Comic-Con this weekend, and we'll get to that. King of all Yetis, I got your text. He says, I will not be there in August, but I will be coming in April. But he didn't. But you know what's weird about it, Johnny? He didn't spell it right.
Oh.
Yeah. He spelled it wrong.
How do you misspell April? It's a real easy one to spell.
155 away from today. $20 gets you 50 to Stoney's. As a thank you, we've got all our Stoney's gift cards in the mail. So now we're going to give away the new ones. Everybody who contributes $20 to the program today is getting 50 to Stoney's. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's keep her going. Let's knock it out. We're at 155. We're on the cusp of striking distance. Help us out. We appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that shit. I guess Israel killed a bunch of kids over the weekend.
Oh, Jesus.
And after they killed a bunch of kids over the weekend, the United States just wanted to let everyone know that we're totally fine with it. And we're cool with Israel murdering a bunch of kids. Our allegiance to Israel, I'm sorry, it is the most...
It's got to go.
It's the most one-sided friendship I've ever seen. Like, Israel does nothing for us. They do absolutely nothing. If anything, you could argue they probably knew something about 9/11 and failed to share that information with us.
We're in more trouble because of them.
Oh, yeah.
Literally, we are guilt by association just because their Iron Dome is largely built and supplied by us.
Well, and their military in general is widely supplied by us.
So again, we keep giving the bully the brass knuckles, and everyone keeps going, "Hey, why are you helping out?" And then we're like, "What? We have nothing to do with it. We don't want anything to do with it." It's like, yeah, but you do.
Except they have a "Made in the USA" imprint on their forehead from where Israel punched them with the brass knuckles. It's like, yeah, I'm thinking your name's written all over it. But yeah, Israel does fucked up shit, and then the rest of the world goes, "Hey, you talk." Well, because our whole thing about October 7th was like they killed women and children, right?
Right.
And then Israel bombs and kills women and children, and we go, Israel's got a right to defend themselves. They're cool. They're doing great. We like Israel. It's like, fuck, dude. Could we get a little consistency here? Now,
and how, like, I get it, the women and children and everything, but there's a certain point where your response is going too far, and we reached that point a while ago. But your response is going too far, and now just like these atrocities happen. How can people stand for it? I don't know.
Yeah. Then there was a rocket attack in northern Israel. I thought this was hilarious. Not the rocket attack itself, but our response. So there's a rocket attack in northern Israel. It kills 12 civilians, and we condemned it. We're like, this is terrible, the slaughtering of civilians, the terrible killing of innocents, and Hezbollah must pay, and this and that. And it's like, okay, I agree with you. That's a terrible, shitty thing to do.
We want to talk about the church that Israel leveled?
Yeah. Can we talk about the civilians that Israel's killing? It's like, no, it's okay when they kill civilians because they were attacked first. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that killing civilians was all right.
They were just delivering food, and you, like, surgically struck their vans.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that it was totally fine if you said oopsie daisy, we can still get your back. Perfect. Let's open up our 7 o'clock hour stories here. Oh, we have you know what we'll do next? We've got, we can do the Last Supper thing, the Olympic ceremony Last Supper deal. A lot of people were creeped the fuck out by this one. And I can't say I blame them. We'll do that one next as we open these up. Elza Belza says, I swear Aaron has been lifting extra loaves of bread. Those sleeves are getting tighter or the dryer is set to high. Either way, keep it up. I mean, that's like the most backhanded compliment I've ever received, but thank you for saying that my arms are getting bigger.
You're building up your arms. They're looking bigger.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're looking
You've been
pretty good.
You've been hitting the gym a bit.
A little bit.
Lifting some weights.
A little bit. How's the shoulder area? The shoulder's nice and
They're okay.
broad, nice and wide.
I mean, they're wide.
If I keep going like
if
this,
we could get them out a little more, they might mask the midsection just a touch.
Nothing's gonna mask the midsection, my man. It's a futile effort. It's positively futile. All right, 155 away from today. Guys, throw in a couple of bucks. We got about 40 minutes until we got to beg. Let's make that as painless a situation as possible. $20 gets you 50 to Stonies. Go ahead. Apparently, Detroit Lions fans are pissed off at their team. Like, some fans are pissed off at the team.
Yep.
Did you see why?
Yeah, I figured you'd want to talk about it.
I'll show you guys why. There's a specific reason as to why Detroit Lions fans are mad at their football team. Now,
I'm going to say this before we get into it. Stupidest reason to be pissed.
It's the dumbest fucking reason. First of all, I can't think of a thing that's so like tangentially involved, like it's degrees of separation of why you're upset. And then also, like when I think of football fans, I think mostly conservative, but even then I think people, like the biggest gripe football fans have had about politics lately in the last few years is get it the fuck out of my football. They don't want to be political. So I would think that a political gripe coming up for the Lions football team would be nil because people don't want to fucking talk about politics. But this upset Lions fans so much that they had to complain.
3, 2, 1. Yo, maniacs, Hulk Hogan here, the greatest of all time, and my new tag team partner, Campbell Mania brother, is going to run wild this year. Super Bowl, nothing but greatness, nothing but victory. So what you going to do when the Detroit Lions and Campbell Mania runs wild on you, brother? What you going to do?
So he's just doing like a little 20-second promo for the Lions website or whatever.
Right.
Just doing a fun, stupid fucking Twitter thing or something like that. We should have laws in this country that you're not allowed to get upset about that publicly.
Just don't pay attention to it, and it literally doesn't exist.
Right. We should have laws that say, that's too stupid a thing for you to worry about. Stop it right now or you're getting a ticket.
That's just perfect. Oh, you're the best. You're the best. Cool, man. Appreciate you, man. Yes, sir. Love you. Great to meet you. Love you.
So, do you know the reason why people were upset about that?
I'm going to assume it's because Hulk Hogan is racist.
No. It's actually because Hulk Hogan was at the Republican National Convention speaking about how much he likes Trump.
What?
Yeah. That's what Lions fans were mad about.
I thought it was about like the fact that he said that horrible shit about the producer for his girlfriend's music career, and everyone's always been like, he's racist because he's like, yeah, my girlfriend's getting over by some, like, I thought it was that. It's even stupider than that.
It's even dumber than that.
Oh my fucking God.
It's because he went to the Republican National Convention this year and spoke on behalf of Donald Trump. That's why they're upset. And by the way, when we say they're upset, it's probably just a small group of local dumb cunt Lions fans or people who maybe don't even like football but want to try and play it off like they do just so they can bitch. I mean, it's embarrassing that you would even care that much.
Why does it matter? He spoke at it doesn't, again, this is why I call it Trump derangement syndrome. People who support him are demonized. People like me who simply aren't willing to just unjustifiably demonize him get quasi demonized. Oh, you're a Trump supporter. No, I don't automatically hate the guy. I look at it and I evaluate things and I've got eyes.
I also don't shit on everything a pro wrestler does just because he made a speech at a convention one time.
Did they not see that was a shoot? It was a literal shoot. He did a bit.
It was a shoot. The RNC thing was a shoot.
Oh, the RNC thing was a shoot. This was
you mean like the Democrat thing? He was actually doing a shoot. Like it was a video shoot. But it was a work.
It was a work.
It was a work, but he was at a shoot.
And they worked themselves into a shoot.
And all these people, yes, they absolutely. Motherfucker, you worked yourselves into a goddamn shoot. You're talking about Hulk Hogan. It's not like he's exposing the goddamn business. It's not like he's fucking shit-stained Vince Russo coming up here with these dumb fucking ideas. That dumb motherfucker, piece of shit. Sometimes I channel my dad, James E. Cornette. I just have to, I've got to get it all out. Do I still have, where's my Jim Cornette tennis racket fucking autographed photo? I got to get that back up there. Son of a bitch. All right, let's continue on here. We have not, guys, throw in some money if you could. It's going to get beggy in a little bit. We're 150 away. Let's knock that down to a reasonable number before we get to begging in a little over 30 minutes here. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, everything over $20 today gets $50 to Stonies, or if you just feel like being generous to the program, let's rally up a little bit. Call it a win today and get to 13 in a row. This apparently had a lot of people upset, and it is the opening ceremonies of the Olympics. And at the opening ceremonies of the Olympics, they had, I don't even know how to describe this. When I think of the opening ceremonies of the Olympics, I think like maybe some ribbon dancers, some marching bands, some dance numbers, kind of like Super Bowl halftime show type shit. But what they did last week at these opening ceremonies was so fucking weird and creepy that I don't know how it got okayed in the first place. Let's, I'm going to go to it here, and I want you guys not to react too harshly. I want you to sit down if you're watching, and I want you to relax. There we go. However you think this looks, it's about to get a lot worse. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is the opening ceremony of the 2024 Summer Olympics.
Performing the song King. Costumes? None other than Louis Vuitton.
Johnny, what do you notice about all these people?
They look to be dudes and a fat lady.
I believe they are all trans people.
Well, I guess when you're that big, it could go either way. What the?
Johnny, what does that look like it's recreating?
It looks like it's recreating The Last Supper, but apparently it was also attended by Ye and a little Chinese girl.
Wait. Oh, there's Ye over here. Okay.
Yeah, and then little Chinese girl.
Oh, there's Jared Leto from Dallas Buyers Club. So he's there. And
RuPaul.
What the fuck is that? That's Vigo.
It's ma'am. But she put on makeup this time.
That's Vigo the Carpathian when they were shooting him back into the painting, you know, when his face got all distorted and shit. It's Vigo. The season of evil is here. Let's go ahead. Check out the rest of this.
What?
The gay Last Supper.
What the heck are we doing? Slow motion dancing? And now it's pop and lock? What the?
And there's your clip. That is from the opening ceremonies of the Olympics. I don't understand this.
Did they ever get the river clean enough for whatever fucking swimming event they need to do?
Oh, that's right. Wasn't there like shit in the river or something?
Yeah, dude. It's just like literally like there's fecal matter in the river.
That will happen. You got to be ready for the Olympics. I don't know why we don't just have like places host the Olympics that are good Olympics places. Like basically let America do it every year, because we always, and I know it's Paris, but we always have it somewhere where they're like, oh yeah, we're having this like really terrible problem that would be easily fixable anywhere else, but we're having it and we need to fix it before the Olympics get here.
Well, the Seine or whatever it is river has been like polluted and not swimmable forever.
Yeah. Because the Vikings spilled so much blood into it 1,000 years ago. Let's continue and see more of the opening. Again, this is not RuPaul's Drag Race. This is the opening ceremonies of the Summer Olympic Games.
What the?
That's a beard.
Oh my God, that's a bearded woman.
That is a bearded woman. That is a literal sideshow gag from 50 years ago. I did not see a strong man or the dog-faced boy, but we did have a bearded lady at the Olympics.
Well, you saw the
Dancing
strong
around.
man. He stopped working out and taking his weights, and now Bob has bitch tits. But as for the dog-faced boy,
this
wasn't he
doubles.
wearing a red? What the fuck is this?
It's like you wandered into a freak show and you're like, is the U.S. basketball team going to be playing soon? Am I in the right spot? This is what happens. Like, let's say you were watching the Olympic opening ceremonies and you dozed off for 5 minutes. You would think you would be like, oh my God, I fell asleep for an hour and there's a different show on.
Yeah. I feel like it's going to be a really weird transition from that to, and now every country's national anthem. Like, what are we going to? Oh no.
I'm not okay with it. Like, I'm just not. Dead Game says Rome went this route. They did. Jessweg, man, we are going to hell. But Landers says, okay, fuck, I'm rock hard now. Thanks, Aaron. Jessweg says, I'm so over everything being about sex. You know, it is amazing that degenerates like us, people have gone so far with crazy shit that, like, even people who are gross and disgusting, like you and I, are like, okay, I'm tired of everything being about sex all the time. Like, can we just fucking back off?
People who do shows every day where we talk about different people, and then people in the audience go, yeah, but would you bang her? Like, and we answer that question. Yeah, we're like, can we not make it all about sex?
Right.
I mean, that's us saying that, man.
You're going to have porn actors pretty soon being like, can we talk less about fucking, please? That would be nice. I'm uncomfortable. Someone texting in, how does your biological dad feel about you calling Jim Cornette your daddy? I'm sure he likes being compared to old James E. Cornette, I would gather. Thank you very much to Crash. Says, I will be at the party. All right. Well, then, Crash, $21 from him. We're going to set that aside for him to be at Stoney's. He can just come to me and claim that. And that puts us 135 away from today's goal. Guys, keep it up. We can do this thing. We're getting closer and closer. Every $20 you give us, you get $50 to Stoney's in downtown Rockville. And, of course, that show is coming up a week from Saturday. Elza Belza says, what the fuck? Is this the headlining act all of Gino and Keanu's 20-seat theater acts do? Oh, did they not have a lot of people at their stand? Look, man, stand-up is hard. People want to go out less and less nowadays. You know, stand-up's not where it was just before the pandemic and everything. I don't think it ever fully bounced back. And
even at the club, like, it's way, way different. Like, okay, during COVID, right? During COVID, when I used to work at the club, if I was working on a Friday, they're like, yeah, I get here by about 7:30, 8 o'clock at the latest. And there would be people there, and the club would be moving all night. It wouldn't be packed, but it'd be steady.
Sure.
Whatever. And then on Saturdays, you needed to be there by 6. Things were usually hopping and rolling pretty much by 6:30. Again, not super packed, but just kind of going. Nowadays, it's fucking dead. Like, nobody there for long stints of time. And then you get groups of people who are out that are going to come in. And literally the managers, the bartenders, everyone else have been like, yep, it's just been happening more and more. It's just people, even in local small towns, people are feeling less and less like going out and hanging out and having a few beers and spending some money. And they're feeling more and more like just, all right, stay at home and just kind of hoard what cash I have.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, you know, if they did have 20 people at their show, that's unfortunate. We're lucky that we have a big audience and we can still fill up 150-seater a week in advance at Stoney's. It's great. We're very thankful that, you know, they have us there and everything else. I do know Keanu called Stoney's and like tried to get our show canceled. That's fucking weird, but I don't know. I guess Yeah, I mean, 150 people. I feel privileged. I feel lucky because I hear about all these people doing shows where like nobody shows up. There's hardly anybody there, and we have an audience that still supports us and still, it invests in us, and I appreciate it a ton. Adam with $20 says, "See you at Stoney's." Adam, I've got 2 gift cards for you. I didn't have your delivery information. I also need Shut the F Up Karen's info, Colorado Bob's info, and K-Rod's info, and I can get their Stoney's out to them as well.
Honky said, "Know when that track is getting sent to me." That Roots Calhoun.
I'll check in with Roots. Yeah, Roots. If you have a track for Johnny, send it over.
Well, he's been talking to me a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
I need to get it so I can get it to Jax for his part of the show.
Honky says Gino's going to call in to grovel to Aaron for forgiveness. Keanu is malfunctioning like a fembot from Austin Powers. I would rather not. I'm not interested in taking that phone call ever. I've learned my lesson with internet people. It's like someone who works at a different department in your work. You don't see them, you don't know anything about them, and that's fine. That's okay. So, yeah, if he ever were to, I would just go ahead and just not interested. That's all. It was what it was. People, the rotten fruit always falls from the tree. And oh, well, had a couple of good times. Moving on. Mac with $9.99 says, "Thanks, Toe. Looking good this morning. Turtle will be matching this as well. Cheers."
That'll be interesting to see. Turtle doesn't really care for us much.
I thought Turtle loved me.
Turtle's always concern trolling, going, "Johnny needs to get paid. Johnny, what's your Venmo? Johnny, what's your pay links?" Like he's one of those people that's, "You're not getting paid, Johnny."
Well, why doesn't he watch your show and pay you then?
Yeah, I don't know. But apparently he thinks I need to get paid more for this, so he wants me to drop my pay links.
Well, hey, that's a nice benefit to have, as someone looking out for you that way. Steve with $20 says Stoney's. All right, Steve, we're gonna hook you up. There you go. Another 20 coming in. Oh my goodness, I'm setting these aside. Yeah, let us know if we need to send them somewhere or if you're just going to get them at Stoney's. And thank you, Steve, for the 20. So that puts us at 90 for today. There you go, guys. We are inside of 100 for the day. Thank you very much. It's a $90 goal. Go ahead and throw in a little bit, and we'll be done with this thing in no time. Thanks to you generous folks. The rotten fruit falls and it's devoured by scavengers. How's the internet any different? I think that's exactly right. Elza Belza says, "I honestly liked Rumble Fridays with Gino, but I really loved last Friday's better." Everybody's got their opinions. Everybody's got their taste. I welcome all of them. Industry, we talked about, we teased this one earlier in the show today. Industry executives say worldwide champagne sales are down in 2024, and they say it's because people have so little to celebrate. That fucking sucks, dude. Like, that's not just like us that sounds like something the rest of us would make jokes about. Like, oh, champagne sales are down. Probably because nobody has anything to celebrate. But that's not us making jokes. That's the actual champagne industry saying that sales are down because life sucks and nobody has anything to celebrate. That's a rough, that's a good campaign commercial for Trump. The CFO of luxury holdings company LVMH, which owns brands like Louis Vuitton, believes the drop in sales has to do with consumers feeling happy enough to celebrate, saying champagne is quite linked with celebration, happiness, etc. Maybe the current global situation, be it geopolitical or macroeconomic, does not lead people to cheer up and open bottles of champagne. I don't really know, the CFO said. That's a depressing outlook, as you're just going, I think really what it is just the world fucking sucks and nobody wants to drink our shit.
Nobody wants to party anymore.
Yeah. They need
the party's over.
They need the really hard stuff in order to get them through the day. I just think that you know, yeah, if you're going to, first of all, you drink champagne and you drink enough champagne, you're going to have yourself quite the little headache in the morning. Champagne.
Yeah, but you don't understand, Aaron. Like, your ability to party is here, right? But if you drink the champagne, it gets like up here. All right. So you can handle more of a party.
Nick Rekieta's rationale for cocaine being a stress reliever is still maybe one of the funniest things to hear repeated back to me. It's,
I don't know. When you make an order at Denny's, if you're a cop, do you ever remember what the fuck it is?
Have you ever been to Denny's with a cop, though?
Have you ever been to Denny's with a cop?
Have you ever been to Denny's with a cop? You ever watched them order? They can't remember what they ordered. Would you like to have me sit here for the next 10 minutes and explain to you why I'm a genius and that joke is hilarious?
Yes, I'd like to, because I don't get it.
No, because I have fucking dignity and I will bail on a joke that's retarded and doesn't work. Jesus Christ. I just think about that bit and my shoulders hunch up and I just go, ew, fuck. It's like watching that interview, like watching clips of that interview Saturday. I'm like, I'm glad I didn't play a drinking game called Drink When He Tells a Lie, because I'd be fucking dead. I'd be so drunk, I'd be with a cop at Denny's not remembering what the fuck I ordered. He does this. I don't think there's any consequence, though, to him lying his fucking balls off to the public the way he does, because these cases don't get litigated on YouTube. They get litigated in the courtroom. And he's fucking buried in the courtroom anyway. Like, he's fucked. Like, I mean, you talk about caught red-handed. You talk about open and shut. You, sir, are what we call a grenada. And it doesn't hurt you to just lie on the internet, except the county might feel kind of insulted. And they might go, we're not offering this cunt a deal. Fuck him. Let's make an example out of people who want to just kind of fucking thumb their nose and insult people's intelligence and lie all the fucking time. They might just decide to
Well,
lean
at least
in.
he's not saying anything disparaging about any of the city council people who are currently like litigating or processing this case.
Oh, like the CPS director or anything like that.
Yeah, that would look bad.
His explanation for the hair follicle test is fucking embarrassing. Just don't say anything about it then. If you're not going to admit what happened, just shut the fuck up, because it is just, you're not even insulting anyone's intelligence, because nobody's fucking buying it except retards. And those of us who were actually there, which is just me, and saw everything, are just like, dude, really? You didn't have anything? It's all... The cops just one day got a wild hair up their ass after you had white powder on your nose passing out on stream and just went... And half your community went, he's a fuck-up, he's a retard, he's a drug addict. They just got a wild hair up their ass one day and decided to put a bunch of safes and drugs and credit cards and vials and straws and ketamine and all this shit in your house. I mean, wow, what a lame day the cops must have had that they had all that time to invest in such a thing. You'd have to be a fucking retard to believe anything that guy says. I'm sorry. I'm not saying I'm questioning your intelligence. I'm questioning your right to even be allowed in public, because I'm worried you'll just impale yourself on a sharp edge from being a retard. It's embarrassing. All right, let's go to this next one. By the way, we got about 15 minutes until we rattle the clans.
Rattle the clans.
That's how we gather people to go to war. Rattle the clans. $90 away from today. That's the number. Just 90. And everybody who throws in $20 is getting Stoney's gift cards today. $50 to Stoney's if you contribute $20 to this program. So $90 away. Thank you guys very much. Johnny, you're going to be surprised by this. But it seems California starting to get a little irritated by the whole homeless being fucking everywhere thing.
Yep.
Gavin Newsom has declared it a state of not a state of emergency, but is issuing an executive order to be able to clear out all of the homeless encampments. And now
because he has no choice.
Yeah, and now places like Long Beach, they're saying that they've grown frustrated. But here's my problem with Californians. The time to get frustrated about homeless encampments has come and went.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's over
And the
now.
thing with Gavin Newsom is the only reason he's doing this is because the Supreme Court made a ruling about businesses being able to not allow people to camp outside of their businesses and stuff like that. So, like, literally, the power was going back into the hands of the citizens, no matter what. And all of a sudden, Gavin Newsom, we got this problem and we got to deal with it. And so we're going to get, like, yeah, you fucking bastard. You created the problem. And now that people can deal with it, you're like, we're going to get in there and we're going to put $9 billion or whatever in helping these people and getting this situation cleaned up and solved. And it's just like, yeah, the problem you caused, and because you won't even admit that I'm only doing this to save face because pretty much people can go around me at this point, so I can't block it anymore.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you, whether it's Gavin Newsom or Gavin McInnes, they're both being very mean to people without work. It's really nasty shit. Let's go to this Long Beach story about the homeless. Boy, you know when California's pissed about the homeless, the situation's gotten out of control.
The woman who runs that youth garden says not only is the encampment an eyesore, but she's losing customers.
Eyewitness News reporter.
Imagine that. These tolerant, lovely, liberal Californians still get fucking disgusted when stinky drug addicts are sleeping in Coleman tents and shitting on the street, and they don't want to go to those places. That, to me, is peak liberalism, where you're like, hey, let's let these homeless people camp out and let's let them go wherever they want and just pitch a tent and whatever. And then when it finally gets to their backyard, they go, hey, somebody clean this up. It's fucking disgusting.
It's like, yes, it's been disgusting the whole time, and the rest of us that have been dealing with it have been screaming that, but we're intolerant assholes.
You just didn't give a shit when it was disgusting in front of someone else. You're just mad that it's disgusting in front of you. Great. Isn't that something?
David Gonzalez shares the story brought to our attention by a viewer.
Tucked away along the Los Angeles River is a hidden gem for Long Beach residents.
I know I'm doing something good in this community.
Sheila Grantham runs the Community Youth Garden with her nonprofit organization. It caters to kids with the goal of getting them outdoors. They also learn about nutrition and how food is grown.
They come 2 Saturdays a month and they enjoy the space. We also provide art and STEM activities for them as well.
Miss Sheila, as she's known, says the garden is thriving with a wide variety of fresh fruits and vegetables.
You seem to be very proud of the space. They only come 2 Saturdays a month. So who's eating all the fresh fruit and vegetables?
So the homeless are like pack animals and they're just kind of roaming into the garden and eating all of her tomatoes?
Either that or she's eating very, very well and using children as a labor force.
What does she do? Does she have to chase the homeless off with a broom?
They're coming in and they're taking my maters.
What you do is you just spray job applications all over the place and they'll stay away. They won't come back.
Why are you so proud?
First of all, it's beautiful and the kids enjoy it and I enjoy the kids coming.
Let it go. Let it go.
There's a squirrel.
Let it go.
I'm letting it go.
It's an unfortunate way she said it.
Yep.
That's
all
what
the homeless people wanted too.
Oh no. They're perverts.
They wanted the kids coming.
That's disgusting, and they're drug addicts.
But outside of the garden's fence line is a growing eyesore Miss Sheila fears is becoming more unsafe.
And it'll be heart-wrenching to let it go because of this.
A homeless
Holy
encampment
shit.
made up of tents and tarps line the street next to the garden. Miss Sheila says her calls for something to be done have gone unanswered.
Yeah, they're literally surrounding her like a zombie herd. Like, as soon as her fence is done, there's like tents all around this area here. Oh, shitty.
Parents this summer who had enrolled their kids, but they drove by first. And when they saw that, they withdrew their kids from the program.
Uh-oh.
Miss Sheila says feeding families in need and keeping those who tend to the garden safe are her top priorities.
This is what we do
So
here.
she donates the food.
And this is what I want to continue. But the more that it increases, the less chance that I'll be able to continue to do that. And that will be very heartbreaking.
Ms. Sheila says even though this situation is very frustrating, she's optimistic that something will be done to address the issue and hopefully to continue her mission of helping others.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah. You know, because
you live in
this
California.
issue is so sudden.
Yeah. You live in California and you think this problem is just going to be taken care of? Boy, if that's not the living definition of shit in one hand, wish in the other.
Yeah.
It's just fucking awful what that state's doing. I mean, I was going to say going through, but they're not going through it. They've done it to themselves. And then even the people who live there, I can't feel sorry for them, because it's like, you guys keep voting this way. You keep doing all the same shit. You know, you just keep fucking up.
Yeah.
Like, you vote for the same governors, you vote for the same mayors, you know, when it comes time to clean out the homeless problem, you get a chance and then you go, oh, well, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe it's mean. You get this weird attack of conscience. It's never going to get fixed unless you're kind of a dick about it. Like, homelessness is one of those problems where you can't nice solve it. You have to be, unfortunate, you have to be kind of a Nazi. You have to say.
And the problem is everybody that wants to solve is like, I need to be elected because I'll solve it and I'll do the right thing for everybody and get them. And it's just like, no, the right thing is for literally, like, I'm sorry, for some of these people, they just need to be locked up so they can't have access to drugs. They have to be forced to get clean and then see if they can salvage their lives from there. But they're not going to get clean if they're allowed to just live in a tent and keep doing drugs all day.
Yeah. No, and and you'll have to probably do it by force. You're not going to be able to just, it's going to be ugly, but the lesson there is that you shouldn't have let it get this fucking bad in the first place. It would have never gotten to this point if you guys had nipped this in the bud when it first started happening. Instead, now it's grown to such a big problem that when you do finally decide you have to do something about it, it's going to be it's going to be aggressive. It's probably going to be violent.
I don't think they're going to do anything about it. I think they're saying we're going to do something about it. It's going to be one of these things where all of this money they invested is going to go into some of these politicians' pockets in the areas, and we'll do the same thing we've always done. We'll put up more public housing and more halfway houses and shelters for these people.
Yeah.
But again, those shelters will turn into drug dens, or they'll have rules like you can't have drugs and alcohol here, and they won't get used. It's not like there hasn't been solutions on the nice path that have been proposed. The problem is there are plenty of people who are like, wait a minute, you mean I can't just come in there and do drugs? And fuck it, I'm not going.
Yeah. They won't go to the, and then the ones, there's places in like other states where they do let people just go to a homeless shelter. And I think there was one in LA where they just took it over and now it's a crack house.
Right.
Easy Money's wife with $19.99 says, can't make it to the show. Give it to Johnny. Have a great show.
Thank you.
I mean, we can do that. I mean, I usually just put Johnny on my tab for the anniversary show, but we can do that. What's His Nuts with $20 says, is there any Stonies left? Yes, there's plenty. What's His Nuts is getting $50 to Stonies as well. And boys and girls, don't look now. We are only $60 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out right now. Let's just hammer it out. Anybody who throws in $20 is getting 50 to Stonies. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, etc. Only 60 away from another win for the toe, and it looks like we're going to be able to do this thing. We got about 5 minutes until we got to rattle the cans. Let's sneak one in real quick. This is just a dumb, silly, fun story out of Atlanta. An Amazon worker who lost his job recently. Terrible time to be losing your job. The economy's not the greatest. I'm kidding. It's the best economy ever. But he lost his gig. I'll let you guys decide if he deserved it. $60 away. Hammer it out.
An Amazon worker is out of the job after being caught on camera driving on a sidewalk.
How about this? A car pass.
Yeah, that'll do it. You know, there's a lot of things you can do as an Amazon delivery driver, and it's seen as an honest mistake, and we'll give you another chance. Driving a big-ass Amazon delivery truck down the sidewalk?
I don't know. I have to hear him out because Amazon's really strict about their drivers and everybody and being on time and stuff. So I feel like there might have been a situation where this was make or break for him and he had to keep on time.
Just a customer service type thing, yeah.
Passenger in Flowery Branch caught the act and, of course, posted it on TikTok.
A few blocks away from each other.
All right, never mind.
Look at him.
There's a completely open road.
There's an open road, and he's on like a sidewalk/bike path thing, just tearing around. Like, he doesn't have to be there. He could get on the road and drive that same speed and be totally fine. But he just went another way. That's all.
Huh. This was on Friendship Road. That witness believes the Amazon driver was going about 35 miles per hour on the sidewalk. Amazon says the driver no longer works for the company. I'm just hoping I didn't have a package.
Why would you? Why? Why would it fucking matter? If you had
Oh, he's so concerned about society. Like, I just hope I didn't have a package. Really?
It's Chevy fan says, I used to work on those Amazon vans. They beat the shit out of them. I mean, that's one thing. It's one thing to beat the shit out of a company vehicle. It's another thing to go 35 down a sidewalk when the only other people on it are cyclists and walkers and joggers.
And there's plenty of room on the road.
Right. It wasn't a traffic thing. He wasn't in a hurry. He was just a fucking asshole driving on the sidewalk. I'm going to guess. I want to guess illegal. But someone else says he was probably quitting already, or they were going to terminate him anyway. That could be it. Elza Belza says that's Nick's new job once his daddy grows up and stops giving him money. And yeah, and if he ever gets pulled over, he'll go, "You're bullshit lying, fuck off," is what he'll do.
So he'll say, "I'll see you in traffic court."
Yeah, that's right. But maybe. I don't know. I might be sleepy that day. $60 away from overtime, boys and girls. Let's knock out the rest of it. Anyone who throws in $20 is getting 50s to Stonies. What's his nuts becoming a member for 25 months? Thank you very much. Says I can grab it at the show. All right. Sounds good. Let's hammer out that last 60 and call it another win for the toe. We've got about 5.5 minutes left. We've got a bunch of shit coming up for overtime. Maybe I shouldn't call it shit. I don't know if that's the selling point. I think it is. But we do have the Robert Downey Jr. Dr. Doom reveal coming up. I guess we can start with that. And then a bunch of other stuff. A baby abandoned beside a taco truck. We got new cell phone rules for schools, which is a good idea. Death Valley is so hot that a European tourist had part of their foot melted off. And we also have to go over people's thoughts on Deadpool Wolverine. The movie
a lot
that
of
came
people
out
want
this
to know
weekend.
thoughts on that.
Yeah, so we're going to get to all of that in overtime. We're only $60 away from hammering it out. So if you want to throw us a couple of bucks, hey, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You guys have gotten us down to 60 in pretty quick fashion. I appreciate that. That's very cool. So let's finish it up in the next 5 minutes here and make it, what would that make it? 14 in a row for the streak. Let's extend it a little bit longer. All right, officially 4.5 minutes left. 4.5 minutes, and we've only got $60 left. That's one of the smaller totals that we've had to get through here. So go ahead, everybody, chip in a little bit. 60 will be easy to take care of. And again, if you go 20, we're gonna throw you $50 to Stonies. So just a quick little goal finishing here. $60, not a lot. And then we'll continue on for the next 30 minutes. And the sooner we knock out that 60, the sooner we'll start overtime. Deadpool, Robert Downey Jr., abandoning babies, fucking taco truck of all things. Death Valley, melting your foot skin off. It's going to be an eventful 30 minutes, I will say.
That's a vacation to remember.
I mean, that is.
Did you get any souvenirs?
Take
off my shoe.
I can immediately see, like, in the first 5 comments, people going, "It's fucking climate change, dude." It's like, nah, I'm pretty sure Death Valley's always been pretty hot. I don't know if
it's always been hot.
I don't know if it's the name. That might be a dead giveaway as to how hot it is.
Dead giveaway.
3 minutes to go, guys. Let's finish her up. $60 left. 3 minutes to go. Who's going to start the rally today? It's a very small rally. It's a $60 rally. Fire it up. Throw a couple of bucks in. Let's get this thing over with quickly. Death Beholden says, Death Valley has always been the hottest place on the planet. Yeah, like I said, it's pretty self-explanatory. We got to get to a lot of good stuff, guys. 30 minutes to go, and you guys have done a fucking killer job today. Finish it up and cross the finish line. 2.5 minutes to go. 60 away. Every 20 gets 50 to Stonies. Help us out. Throw it in. Get this thing taken care of so we don't sit here awkwardly for the next 2 minutes. SC Motorsport says it ain't called Melted Foot Valley. Hey-o.
Oh.
All right, guys. 60 away. We'll wait patiently to see if we knock it out. This was supposed to be a fait accompli kind of thing. $60 is almost considered a layup. It's a fucking gimme. Got all the links in the chat. We're ready to go. We got all of our stories ready to go. We got all of our friends here, and we're looking ridiculous. 1.5 minutes, guys. Throw it in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get your Stonies. Get it taken care of, guys. What the hell is going on here? 1 minute 20. What the fuck did you do to him, Johnny?
I didn't do anything.
I don't get it.
Why are you blaming me?
People don't want spoilers. You scared them. I haven't seen the fucking movie. I have no idea what happened. I was just going to talk about how it did at the box office and what people thought of it. 60 away, guys. We got to at least get inside of 50 or we can't even do the half hour with an extra beg session. Jesus Christ. Everybody's been chipping in today here until the end. 1 minute to go. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. 1 minute left on the clock. Tony with $20. Oh, my God. Thank you, Tony, for the $20 in the old Venmo. 20 from, oh, God damn it, I know his name. Ryobi with $20. Thank you very much. Both of you guys are getting $50 to Stonies. Now we're only $20 away from knocking out today's goal. Holy shit, that got... Let's give one to Tony. Let's give one to Ryobi, and I assume they'll be collecting at the anniversary show. All right, $20 away. Bridget becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much for your membership. And we've only got $20 left to knock out. Make that 15. Bigot on Socialist Media with $5 says people on YouTube chat can eat shit. Copperhead with $10 says, here you go. Now we're only $10 away from knocking it out today. Thank you, guys. You'll take care of the rest. Woo! Okay. Oh, no, Tony, we're going to send him his, it looks like. All right, $10 away. You guys will take care of that during overtime. Let's go to the Deadpool Wolverine thing as we sit here a measly $10 away from calling it another win for the toe. Deadpool and Wolverine got the biggest R-rated debut weekend of any R-rated movie ever, surpassing $200 million at the box office. They got Hugh Jackman to put the Wolverine suit back on.
Not just the Wolverine suit back on. He's never actually played Wolverine wearing Wolverine's actual costume. Like, he's wearing the actual blue and yellow Wolverine suit. I think at some points he has the mask, but either way, he's wearing the actual Wolverine suit. So it was kind of a big deal for Wolverine fans.
Oh, so that's... I didn't know that he never put on the fucking... Like, he did like 5 fucking Wolverine movies.
Right. And in all of the X-Men ones, they went with black leather, and they explained their choice because the Matrix was really popular, and everyone was doing the Matrix, and they wanted it to be more, more new age and more iconic. So Wolverine in that suit literally has never happened in an actual Marvel movie.
So both of these guys heal like crazy, right? That's their big superpower?
Yep.
They're almost impervious to death?
Well, kind of. Wolverine's skeleton is also made out of indestructible metal, so he's got that going for him. and their abnormal like healing factors kind of give them an amped up form of strength, more so Wolverine than actual Deadpool. Deadpool, from what I understand, is more has like heightened reflexes, I think. But
you know, I'm very proud of how nerdily you described that. You did it. You did the source material justice.
You're welcome.
With the way you described that. According to studio estimates, Deadpool and Wolverine, the 34th movie in the Marvel Cinematic Universe lineup. Wait a minute. So is this in with like the Avengers world? This is in this.
Yeah.
So,
this is.
wait, is Deadpool coming in?
Yep. This is Deadpool joining the Marvel Universe.
Uh-oh.
And them doing a bunch of other different, and they get to use it as a way to do, you know how Flashpoint, the movie Flashpoint, we got to see like different Batman.
Yeah, Michael Keaton Batman.
Yeah. Guess what we're going to get to do with this, going through all these universes things with Wolverine and Deadpool. We're going to get to see different people playing these different characters. Like, you're going to get to see, I mean, I'm not going to give away spoilers, but you're going to get to see different people being like, you know,
we're getting
characters.
We're getting Black Iron Man, aren't we?
I don't know if we're getting Black Iron Man, but there's other characters that literally like got played by an actor who also played another character, and those will show up, and he'll even reference them as being like, again, it's just going to be a fun thing. There's going to be a lot of cool cameos, characters from other X-Men movies, like this isn't a big spoiler alert because there's been press about it, but the girl that played Wolverine's genetically made daughter, X-23, she's back as an adult.
We're getting trans Thanos, aren't we?
I have no idea.
We're getting gay Snoke. Not Snoke. What's that guy's name? The guy who looks like Snoke. Thanos' helper. Ebony Maw. We're getting gay Ebony Maw.
I hope not.
We're going to get Chinese Captain America. And we're going to get Mexican Hulk. That's what we're going to get. If they get to go to different universes and we get different people, you got to have Black Iron Man. I would say lesbian Scarlet Witch, but I think after Vision's death, she was leaning that way anyway. There's a lot of man-hating going on there. Jesswig says it's very Ryan Reynolds comedy. Even the music, especially the music, lines up with his comedic humor. Well, that's kind of a staple of the Deadpool movies, is the music. So I don't. They've always done a really good job with that. Looks like they grossed $205 million in domestic sales and $438.3 million globally in their debut. The first Deadpool movie set the record for the highest grossing opening weekend for an R-rated film when it was released in 2016 to roughly $132 million, and Deadpool 2 cinched the second place spot with $125 million in 2018. But even adjusted for inflation, both films pale in comparison with this one. So it's getting stronger as it goes on. I mean, you threw two of the biggest movie stars in there.
This is the one that everybody who's a Deadpool fan has wanted to see for a long time. I mean, I have a piece of artwork on my wall, and it's literally Deadpool and Wolverine, and like Deadpool's got a gun to his head and a sword through him, and Wolverine's got both his claws through Deadpool. Because that's one of the fun parts about them, is like they can get into a fight where they literally start like fighting each other, and it's not going to kill either one of them.
Right, they can't be killed. Thank you to Mac for $9.99. Guys, that's another win for the toe.
Here it is.
Sorry about that. We got it today, and we got it, you know what? We got it pretty easy. You guys did a good job. You made us sweat it out there at the end, but we got it. And the streak continues. Thank you very, very much. No. Captain, they're texting in saying Captain China. No. The Chinese Captain America is still going to be Captain America. He's just going to be Chinese. And we're not going to mention it. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to discuss. It's just going to be the way it is. That's it. It's not to be spoken of. So yeah, I guess people have been I don't know what you've heard about. Well, have you watched it yet?
Nope.
What have you heard? Good things?
I've heard a lot of good things. I've heard a lot of people being like, hey, man, you really need to go see this movie. A lot of people are surprised I haven't seen it yet, but I don't know. I was going to go see it with California Girl, and like I said, I fucked that all up, so I've just been, I don't know, I haven't been in a rush to go see it. I'll figure out a time eventually.
Okay. All right. It sounds good. Oh, also we have news. Ben Affleck bought a new L.A. home. It looks like the J-Lo divorce is inevitable. Really thought those two crazy kids were going to make it this time. I really did.
You know what it was? He had a thirst for that booty, and he thought like that there was more to it than that. But after he got that booty for a little bit, he realized that they're just different people on different levels. Like, she likes to go out and stuff, and he likes to stay in, and it just doesn't work.
Is that all it is?
Yeah, that's all it is.
That's all that's going on? I don't know. Just wondering. I just didn't know that was the real reason.
I figured that's the real reason. I mean, otherwise he's fucking banging Jennifer Gardner again.
Oh. Hey, I have a question for you. Isn't like Wolverine the guy that Deadpool's always shitting on in his movies?
Not always shitting on.
I
but
thought he hated
references.
Wolverine.
He doesn't hate Wolverine. He makes constant references to him. In the first movie, he didn't really make too many references to Wolverine, but he made a lot of references to Hugh Jackman. Like at the end of the movie, he had Hugh Jackman's face from People Magazine's Sexiest Men Alive thing stapled to his face when he revealed it to his girlfriend and stuff like that. In the second movie, he has a timer that is literally made and modeled after the ending scene of Logan, where Logan's impaled on a log, and he pushes down on Logan on the log, and it starts the timer. And he makes jokes about Wolverine died in his last movie. He's like, sorry, buddy, but I'm dying in this one too. And it starts with a big explosion and him being blown to bits, and the whole movie plays on. So yeah, they've had a joking thing going back and forth. They're really good friends, and they've had like an online like goofing internet flame war with each other. So they've both kind of wanted to do this movie, and then they finally got it through. So
it has to be a prequel to Logan then.
It's not a prequel to anything. They actually address it. Logan's a different universe. So
this isn't a different universe than the other Hugh Jackman Wolverine.
Yeah, the Hugh Jackman Wolverine we have is in one universe, and we're apparently going to address several different like Wolverines and Deadpools, and Lady Deadpool is in it, Dogpool. I don't know if Kidpool is in it, but
how about Kid and Play? Sorry.
Now you're just being a dick.
Kid Pool. Hey, is Tim Pool going to be in it? That would be good. He could be part of the Deadpool
I think Tim
family.
Pool might be in it.
Yeah.
But he's only in it for a minute. He's sitting on a fence when they ride by.
Oh, and he's wearing a red and black beanie?
Yep.
Oh, so you got Kid Pool, Dog Pool, Deadpool, Tim Pool. All right, the whole Pool
I'm being
family.
told Kid Pool is in it.
All right. Can we get and then I need confirmation on Tim Pool. That's all I need. All right, I've got one more piece of Marvel news for you today. And then we're done with all the comic book nerdy stuff. I hate this. I don't like this. Just like I didn't like, speaking of Deadpool, a Marvel movie having Brolin in it. Josh Brolin in it as the bad guy, because Josh Brolin is Thanos, and then Deadpool even calls him Thanos in the movie. I don't like it. Like, find another actor.
That Deadpool's whole thing is breaking the fourth wall and referencing reality as a joke in the movies for a comedic effect for the audience. It's what he does in his comic books all the time.
I understand.
It's one of the reasons I liked him in the comic books.
I get it, but I hate this fucking move. So San Diego Comic-Con was this weekend. Now, that's the big one, right? The San Diego one?
Yep.
That's not like one of the offshoot Comic-Cons. That's
the Comic-Con.
Well, Marvel was teasing its next Avengers movie. Hey, by the way, who's fucking left in the Avengers?
Well,
shitty black Captain America.
Yeah. Hawkeye's out because of his injury.
Is Hulk? I think Hulk's out because he
Hulk,
got crippled.
I think, might still be in it.
Oh, he might still be in? Is
He might
Thor?
still
Is
be in.
Hemsworth doing Thor again?
I don't know.
Thor might be in it. The Guardians might be in it.
And now you can bring in the X-Men, though.
Oh, okay. Well, they've got
Deadpool.
They've got a new villain for this next one. It's Doctor Doom. Now, I don't know anything about comic books. I don't know who Doctor Doom is.
Doctor Doom is the quintessential villain of, and so I would imagine this movie will be bringing in the Fantastic Four, but they better not bring in the redo group. I fucking hate that one. And in fact, they can't, because that Doctor Doom was in there and he sucked balls too.
You want Jan Griffith?
Yeah, I want the Jan Griffith group, but then we have a problem, because you know who's in the Jan Griffith group?
Michael Chiklis.
No, he's not the problem.
Jennifer, what's her name? Jennifer Lawrence.
Who played the Human Torch, asshole?
Oh, Pee Wee Herman. No. Who was it? I can't remember.
Chris Evans, motherfucker.
Oh, did he really?
Chris Evans was the Human Torch.
I forget. See how soon I forget. Well, he's not Captain America anymore. He can be the Human Torch again.
I mean, I don't know. That'd be a little weird.
Well,
but at any rate,
well,
yeah,
you're about
Doom.
to see who Doctor Doom's going to be. I don't think it makes any fucking difference. We had Brolin was in Deadpool 2. We're going to show you who Doctor Doom's going to be, and then I think you're going to be a lot more comfortable with the Chris Evans Human Torch angle. Let's go ahead and check it out. They put a bunch of guys in like Doctor Doom outfits up on stage, and then they had the real Doctor Doom step forward and reveal who it was going to be, and I hate it. And that, my friends, is Robert Downey Jr. with, and you know, I'm a big wrestling mark. So anytime there's like a wrestling type reveal, you know, a guy comes up in a costume, rips the mask off, and you get a crowd pop. I like that shit. You know, Comic-Con does well with the pro wrestling shtick. But there's something about, and I know he looks older, and it's been like 4 or 5 years since he's done an Avengers movie, but I just don't like the idea of recycling actors who have already played something.
Right.
I don't like the idea of Iron Man now being the villain.
Well, there's a claim that there's going to be like a plausible explanation for the resemblance or something like that. I'm guessing there's going to be some weird tangible,
like Howard
genetic.
Stark had something to do with creating Dr. Doom.
Yeah, Howard Stark had a night out or something. I don't know. One night in Latvia.
Yeah, right. It's a little weird. I don't know. Like there's so many good actors out there. You're throwing around Disney money. Like you can get anyone.
Well, look, they tried that before though when they did the whole Kang thing, and look how that worked out. Like they're like, all right, look, we know this one isn't going to do anything fucked up.
Someone says, Aaron, in the multiverse, anything can happen. I get it. I understand. It just seems like the ultimate plot device. It just seems like the ultimate get out of jail free card is, well, it's a multiverse. I don't know.
But I agree with like Dead Game. That's always Tony Stark. But that was my issue with Captain America at first too. I was like, but it's fucking Human Torch.
True.
Right.
It's a good point.
I don't care if they CGI'd him to make him look like an emaciated cancer patient for the first fourth of the movie. That's the fucking Human Torch. And then that's the worst part is it's the Human Torch, but then he comes out as Captain America. He's like, okay, so it's the Human Torch on steroids. Because when he played the Human Torch, he was not jacked, and that was fine. The Human Torch doesn't need to be jacked. He's on fire all the time. But,
well, when I got to be honest with you, Johnny, when I saw the first Captain America movie, I went, hey, wait a minute. That's Jake Weiler. You can't fool me. Name it.
I don't know.
Not another teen movie.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Chris Evans, 2001. Not another teen movie. That's when the kid was just starting out. You know? Good for him. I don't like it. I don't like the Kang thing. I don't like not the Kang thing, the Doctor Doom thing. You know what? I'm still pissed at Marvel because they had one of the greatest actors of his generation slated to play what was a really cool fucking sounding villain, and they turned it all into a red herring goof bit in Iron Man. Iron Man 3 I hate for that very reason. Ben Kingsley played this like Southern Baptist speaking preacher guy who committed terrorist attacks. And then it turns out he was just some theater kid who was playing a character.
Yeah.
Hated it.
It was so lame. He was just a junkie and a drunk who was just doing it for the money. And it it's sad. They tried to redeem it a little bit with the scene at the end about like the Mandarin sending one of his assassins to kill the guy. But it's like, yeah, that's great. But we still, again, we never got an actual Mandarin.
Right.
And Ben Kingsley, ironically enough, for the first half of the movie when he's being the Mandarin, was playing a very good Mandarin. If that could have just been the guy, as opposed to, again, a washed up actor in a fucking house in Florida.
He fucking, like, dude, honestly, him playing the Mandarin, it was like, it was one of the more terrifying Marvel villains ever. He was really fucking good. And then they go into the compound. He's like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, my goodness. Fuck. I turned hard on that movie twice when they did the reveal on Kingsley and then the fucking little kid shit, the little kid angle. I'm like, oh, boy, we got to have a little kid in it, don't we? Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
I think Iron Man 3 was one of the worst ones they did.
Yeah. They tried to tackle fucking, what was it, PTSD.
Yeah.
With Iron Man 3. And their way of doing that, like, was to him to have to deal with this kid. And that doesn't really work. It doesn't make any sense. And then at the end of it, the kid comes into his garage and it's completely like refit and retrofit with all this shit and a hot rod. I'm like, yeah, that just happens immediately overnight while you're at school. Just because you knew a famous guy.
Right?
I don't think so.
What do you think of this one? Jeffrey Dean Morgan is Dr. Doom. Negan.
Yeah, I could do it.
The only thing I need, though, is he's only allowed to be Negan when he's Dr. Doom.
See, well, now that's a weird requirement.
Looks like we got the Avengers. Little pig, let me in. And he's got to bend his back all the time when he talks. He's got to tell the Hulk. He goes, you know what I think the problem is? You got no guts. Oh, and then he splits them open. He goes, oh, man, my mistake. You did have guts. They were inside you this whole time. I've never been so wrong in my whole life.
So does he have to go back through like his entire catalog, and now we have to like CGI it where he's Negan?
Gotta be
that person.
Yep, Negan and everything. I'm tired of fucking. There's no Jeffrey Dean Morgan. When you do Batman versus Superman,
yeah,
you got to go back in and you got to do. He's got to be Negan, Thomas Wayne. I'm not allowing anything other. Then
we're going all the way back to that hospital show that he got his big break on as a cancer patient. He's got to be Negan.
Oh, what's that one? Fuck you. What is that one called? I don't know why I started that with fuck you. I was just frustrated. I couldn't remember. I can't recall. By the way, thank you to Wildcard for $20. He's gonna get $50.
Grey's Anatomy.
Oh, is that what he was on? I thought he was on like.
I'm guessing Fanatical Bucks fan says Grey's Anatomy.
I thought he was on The Good Wife or something like that.
No. He was on a medical show as a terminal patient. He was there for a whole while, like the nurse or someone else had a thing for him. It's where he really got a lot of exposure, because he was a sympathy character and he died. He was a side character.
Okay.
His whole thing was they wanted him to he did a very good job. He made the audience fall in love with him, so that way when they killed him off, everyone was super sad. And after that, everyone's like, well, let's hire Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Then he went to Supernatural. He started doing movies.
He was in that show and he went, I got bad news. Looks like I got cancer. Fuckity fuck. He said, hey, I've got a medical update for you, and I hope you got your shitting pants on. Isn't that? No? That's not how he did that role?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Someone made a reference to Les Grossman, but now that you say it, I want every Tom Cruise role to be played by Tom Cruise as Les Grossman.
Yeah, just like a sniveling, shitty Jewish Hollywood stereotype.
Dude, fucking Top Gun 2 would be so awesome Be like, I'm going to sign up for the mission. Like, we can't have to. How about you do this? How about you sit down, asshole?
Go fuck your own face. Jeffrey Dean Morgan has always been Negan or the comedian from The Watchmen. Nothing else exists in my mind, says King Kong Dong.
Comedian from The Watchmen was really good.
Was that him?
Mm-hmm.
I've never watched The Watchmen.
That's a shame.
Look.
It's good for a once-off.
It's I wasn't into comic book movies until like Snyderverse Batman. I'm sorry, not Snyderverse. Nolan Batman. That's what got me in. And then all the Marvel movies and all of that shit.
I'll say The Watchmen's actually pretty good in a lot of ways. It's really good for a once-over. I mean, it might not be your cup of tea, but there's some like your cup of tea in terms of, oh, I love this movie.
Yeah.
But I mean, for a once-off, it's not bad.
What does Dr. Doom do exactly? Like, what's his
Dr.
hook?
Doom is incredibly smart, and like all of the Avengers, he's part of the Fantastic Four. In his original origin story, he was part of the team that went up into space and got hit by whatever radiation wave that hits all of them that causes them to change. So, Mr. Fantastic got super stretchy. The hot chick could turn invisible.
Which is the worst, right? Yeah, you'd think the fat chick, that would have been a good one for her.
Yeah, she can turn invisible, but she has to be wearing a special suit to do it. Otherwise, she has to be naked. So, that's the way that goes. And then, what is it? Human Torch burns. The Thing is a giant rock monster. But Dr. Doom got the ability to control electricity. So, like, he can draw on electricity, and he can use it to do things like he can superheat metal and other stuff. In thunder hands, I guess, like lightning abilities. So that's kind of where he's at.
Like the Emperor almost.
Kind of.
Bigot on Socialist Media says, I don't want any new movies anymore. Plenty of movies decades old I haven't watched. That's how you know we're getting old, when you start having takes like that. Like, let's stop making new movies. I haven't watched the ones you've released. All right, I guess we'll stop then. Just won't make any more. Guys, we're done making movies.
Catch up.
Yeah. Well, you let us know when you're ready, and then, we'll start. Well, maybe that wouldn't be so bad then. They'd stop doing remakes and sequels and reboots and all that shit. Maybe if we had to wait 3 years for a new movie to come out so everybody else could catch up with the movies, then we get good movies again.
Yeah.
Could work. How hot was it in Death Valley over the weekend? Well, it was so hot that a European tourist melted the skin off his feet when he lost his flip-flops in the sand dunes. Fuck. Just don't go to Death Valley, dude.
Why are you wearing flip-flops when you're traveling through, like, sand dunes? Flip-flops fall off a lot.
Yeah, you should be in, like, encased shoes to stop
or
yourself.
at least just ankle strap sandals that'll stay on your feet.
The poor tourist, a fellow from Belgium, was reportedly taking a short walk Saturday in the Mesquite Flat sand dunes in 123-degree heat when he either broke or lost his flip-flops, putting his feet in direct contact with the desert ground. I don't know if you guys know this about the desert. It's fucking hot. It's pretty bad. But you know what?
Went for a short stroll in 120-degree heat. Why?
But again, how is this not your fault?
No, it's
for
totally
wearing
his fault.
flip-flops in Death Valley. This guy got what he deserved. The result was third-degree burns. Well, yeah, I mean, naturally. Park rangers determined the man needed to be transported to a hospital quickly due to his burns and pain level. Mercy Air's helicopter was not able to safely land in Death Valley due to extreme temperatures, which reduce rotor lift. God, this is just the trip from hell for this guy.
The air is so hot that the rotors have trouble pushing enough of it down to go up.
Yeah, see, I have a hard time having any sympathy for people like this. It's like, you know where you're going. Plan accordingly. And if you don't, you suffer the consequences. Now, park rangers transported the man in an ambulance to a landing zone At higher elevation, which was 109 degrees, Mercy Air transported the man to University Medical Center in Las Vegas. Park rangers recommend that summer travelers to Death Valley National Park stay within a 10-minute walk of an air-conditioned vehicle and not hike after 10 a.m., drink plenty of water, eat salty snacks, and wear a hat and sunscreen. I'm guessing the salty snacks to retain water. I would guess. Isn't that?
Yeah. The idea that, well, when you sweat, you lose a lot of electrolytes.
Fuck, man.
Which is what plants crave.
That's what I hear. I hear, and you don't just use water because that shit's from the toilet. I blew up. Somebody texting in Jimmy Buffett lyrics. I blew out my flip-flop. I stepped on a hot rock. Thank you very much. Elza Belza says, isn't the desert only hot because you didn't chill the ice cream? Oh, 09, I see you guys are done for the day too. 09 Canyon says, in Kuwait, tires melt in parking lots and trees catch on fire from the sun. Yeah, I'd probably wear shoes. I'd probably make sure that I'm covered up.
I personally wouldn't go out to a place called Death Valley in 120 degree heat.
No. That would have to be a hard no from me as well. All right, guys, we are just about out of here. We are just about finished. Tonight on the evening show, we will have the final Stoney's gift card. You guys got almost all of them today. Holy shit. Thank you for your generosity. We really do appreciate it. Knocked it out today. Call it another win for the toe. Johnny's coming up. You're going to be on it too?
Yep, I'm going to be on at 2 p.m.
All right.
On Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. And if you want to find me on YouTube, you can look for at Just Kidding LLC or Johnny K.
All right.
Just Kidding K, you'll find me.
Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. All right. We've got a lot of shit to come tonight. We've got Matt's going to be here live, so the Matadors can tune in. We're going to leave for now, though. We hope you have a great rest of your day. And until next time, take it easy, everybody.